Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Rust. My name's Steve, and I'm going to be talking you through how to play this game as an absolute beginner and somebody who is not good at PvP. There's a lot of content creators who are incredible. They make a lot of great videos, but they're all cracked. They're absolute chads. They go from zero to hero, and I'm the kind of player that will give away my gear rather than find it. So, if you're like me, we're going to start by clicking on play, and server selection here is key. Now, there's lots and lots of different ways you can play this game. If you're going for a modded server, you can do things like bed wars, you can practice flying, you can practice base building. So modded servers, really, really good for either PvE or just learning the game, being able to enjoy it in a very specific environment. Official servers are good, but they wipe on a weekly, bi-weekly or monthly format at certain times. And I typically find that community servers are better managed. I think that there's a better way to be able to find the right server that you want to play on. And the way that I do this, because, and I don't know why, on the filtering, there is no way to find a server that has just wiped. And this is important because there are two types of wipes in this game. Rust has a partial and a full wipe. And you'll see here, some of these are called full wipes. Now, the difference between the two is a partial wipe removes all bases, all kits, all guns, assets, anything you've collected gets wiped, the entire map gets reset, and you start again. But during your playthrough, you're going to be researching blueprints so that you can craft better items. And that is through a tech tree. And so the blueprints that you learn, they're wiped on a full wipe, not a partial wipe. Now, Pivot or Die, which is the latest update that we're currently in, has changed a lot about how the progression system works. And it's not finished. This is kind of a version 1 of this new rollout. So they're introducing some old features of the game that used to be in it, and they're also bringing in some new features. And so we're going to be talking through how you can progress as a solo player and enjoy this game with some fear of dying, but also not being overwhelmed. And the way we do this is because if we look on the community servers, some servers like this one, Magic Rust, has 600 players. So it's 575 with 55 queued, 5 hours old, and this is a big server with a lot of people on it. Some other servers here have 200 players, which is a lot of players. Even one like this, what you can see here, that was 8 hours old. What we want to do is find a solo server. So we want to find a solo server, one that has just wiped. This one is 31 minutes old, okay, with relatively normal rules. This one has a merged Outpost and bandit count. We can live with that. 50% upkeep, which we can live with that as well. Because as a solo, that's fine. There's 33 players in here, so we're going to connect to this server because this means there's 37 now because a few more players have joined. But this is a relatively quiet server. You want under 50 players, if this is your first experience of Rust, to be able to really experience the game without getting griefed or having the carnage of all of the fresh spawns. Because when you spawn on a beach. So all of the nakeds that are going to be running around trying to kill each other, you get to avoid that to a degree. There's still going to be an element of it, but we can actually try to avoid a lot of the players, build our base, get ourselves set up, and then go looking for fights. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So in order to do that, we first, again, server selection is key. So we've picked a vanilla server that's just wiped within minutes or hours, that doesn't have a huge player count. Okay, and now we're going to press G to look at the map, and we're going to see what's going on. So there's 3 different types of biomes. There's the Arctic, the forest, and the desert, which we can see here. And as we're looking around, we can kind of get an idea of all of these monuments that are on the map. And so what we're looking to do here, actually, where I'm going to go is I'm going to head just over here to U16 because I want to be near the Ferry Terminal. The Ferry Terminal is something that is completely broken at the moment and overlooked, and it's a great place to build near if you get the opportunity to. Now, that being said, obviously the more people that learn and find out about this, the more people that are going to be using it. But there are different tiers of monuments. There's a tier 1, a tier 2, and a tier 3. What we need to do at the moment is we need to survive. Now, if we have a look at what we've got a compass at the top there. We've got a hotbar at the bottom, and on the right we've got our health, our thirst, and our hunger. Now, absolutely everything is going to try and kill you in Rust. All of the players, the environment, the animals, everything's out to try and kill you. So in order to survive, there's a few things we need to do. First of all, we need to eat so we don't starve. Then we need to make sure that we've got weapons to defend ourselves. We need armor to protect ourselves. We need to heal up to 100%. Then it would be ideal to get a base down, because a base will allow us to respawn or to save our loot. Sleeping bags allow us to respawn. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to need to do here. All right, now the first thing that we want to do before we do anything else is we want to collect wood, cloth, and stone. These are 3 absolute basic resources. Okay, this here is cloth. It comes from hemp fibers. So we're going to pick this up by pressing E. And then we're going to run around and see if we can find any more. And if you're lucky, you'll find a bit more. And there's some right in front of me. You can see it kind of sticks out. And so that's what we're looking for at the moment. We're looking for cloth like this. The next thing we want to look for is some stone and some wood. Now, stone comes from nodes. There are 3 different types of nodes. This is a stone node. It is white. This is a metal node. You can tell that because it is brown. And the last one that I can't see around here is going to be a sulfur node. Here it is. And a sulfur node is yellow. So these are the 3 different types of nodes. And you can hit these with your rock. You can also hit a tree. But if I hit a tree, I only get 5 wood from my stone, which is not ideal. So you want to try and find a better source of wood. Now, you could do that by hitting wood that's on the ground. So if you find a tree that's fallen down, you'll get more wood by hitting it. Or what's absolutely broken right now is the wood, and I'll see if I can find some, but the little wood piles. Now I get 10 from hitting that tree. But again, still not as good as if I was to find, now there's a player over there. I'm just going to put my hands up. Hey buddy, I'm naked, I've just spawned. I've got a rock if you want it. Oh, he's gone the other way. Cool. So we put our hands up and hope that they leave us alone. Not always, but okay, so we're just going to keep running. Sometimes people just aren't going to bother killing us. Sometimes they will. It depends. This server's 30 minutes old, so people are building. Someone's building in the cave over there. All right, and so what we're doing is we're looking now. Okay, so this is the wood that is on the floor. We can just pick this up because it's on the floor as we run past it. The other type of wood that I was mentioning is over here. And these are the wood piles. Now, if we can pick these up, this is absolutely incredible. It gives us 32 wood per hit. 32 wood per hit. So we're going to get so much wood just from hitting this. In terms of efficiency of how quickly we can acquire wood, this is the best way to do it. Now, we need some stone to go with this, and we need some cloth. I haven't found any cloth yet. I don't really want to go into that jungle biome. A lot of things that are going to try and kill us over there. But it is going to also be hopefully a good source of cloth. We've got to be a little bit careful. We do not want to get in the way of any other players at the moment. Now we need a little bit of stone. We're going to hit this. And then we can start to make some tools. So once we've got enough wood and stone, we can make things like a stone pickaxe. And a stone pickaxe is going to help to defend us. But it's also going to help us to farm quicker. So we're going to wait for that to craft. It's going to take another 5 seconds. And we're just looking around, seeing if there's any animals, any people. And we're going to come back and we're just going to start hitting this. We're going to use our tool to be able to do this. So this is going to give us stone a lot quicker than if we were to hit it with our rock, right? So we're just going to hit one node for now. We're going to hope we don't die. And now we can craft ourselves a stone hatchet. So a stone hatchet is going to do the exact same thing, but for wood. It's going to allow us to farm wood just a lot quicker. But we're still missing cloth. And cloth is something we absolutely need. So we're going to keep running. And there's another wood pile over here. We're going to grab this wood pile, but this time we're going to use the hatchet. We get the same amount of yield from this, but we get it twice as quick. So we're getting 64 per hit now. And what that's doing is it's just allowing us to get a few resources, but we don't want too much because too many resources at the moment is going to kill us. Or if we die, it's going to set us back because we've spent so much time farming And as a result, if we die or we get killed, we lose everything. So we need a base to be able to secure our assets. Okay, so we're really struggling to find cloth at the moment, so we're just going to keep walking. We're going to hope for the best. We want to be careful in the jungle here because there could be tigers, there could be jaguars, there could be alligators, there could be so many things. Right, we're going to take... Perfect. That was a toolbox. We can now craft ourselves a hunting bow and a few arrows, so we're going to do that. We're going to jump out of this. Okay. So now... we picked up a better hatchet, which is good. We've got some better tools. And we've also got ourselves a bow. Now we can get ourselves some food. We can use this. He's actually going to run away, which is a little bit annoying. I was hoping to chase us. He's not going to. That's fine. We're not going to worry too much about him. We're just going to start running now. We're trying to ensure there's no other players around. Okay, we're going into the desert. So just looking at where we are at the moment. Now we're really hungry. We can see there's an abandoned supermarket up here, so we're going to aim for that. It will be busy. There will be players there. But we're going to see if we can get up there and hopefully try and get some food. We can check the back of this truck as well. There may be a box. Well, there's normally a box in here. There is. There's sometimes some food in here. There's not. There's scrap in this one. Sometimes there's food in there. And so now because we're on a road, we can see these barrels. Now we can farm these barrels. And these barrels are going to give us different things. Now the beige ones have got 35 HP. They always give you 2 items. In this case, a metal blade and 2 scrap. You'll always get 2 scrap. The blue ones have 50 HP. Same thing. You're going to get 2 scrap and a random common item. The red ones are always going to give us the same thing. Now it's going to be some crude oil and some low-grade fuel. They're the 3 different types of barrels. You've also got boxes and you've got the toolboxes that you've seen. So crates and toolboxes, all the good stuff that we can get hold of, all right? Now what we're looking to do at the moment, as we're running around, is gather as much scrap as we can, but also at the same time, we're not going to go into the water treatment plant over there, we're going to ignore that. At the same time, we're trying to get some food, we're trying to get a bit more cloth, we're trying to get loads of resources that we need. And we're trying to get ourselves ahead at the moment. Now, it's very difficult in this game to get started. And so sometimes just farming the roads is a much more efficient, effective way to be able to do this. You can run along the road, you can farm all of the barrels, and then you can go to a recycler. Now, if you were to recycle, you can recycle all of your components. So I can pick everything up along the road here. But there's going to be other players that do this as well, so we have to be a little bit careful, because what we don't want to do is run into other players that have the same strategy. The thing with this game is it's risk and reward. So at the moment, I'm going to put that clothing on. At the moment, if we were to be farming, let's just say in the middle of nowhere, that is relatively low risk. If we're to start farming along the road, it's higher risk, because more people are going to be doing it. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. Okay, still looking out for other players. Some rope. Okay, so what we've been able to do at the moment is acquire quite a lot of stuff. The motorbike there we could use. We've actually got some fuel for this. So one of the places we can also go to is the Outpost, okay? So we're gonna put the fuel that we picked up into here. Okay, now we can mount this. Now we've got a motorbike. We can also take horses. Quite a lot of things that we can do. That is the abandoned supermarket. We're actually not going to stop there, not this time. We're going to head straight into the Outpost. Just along this road. Now we're going to run out of fuel in a minute, but that's okay. going fast enough now that we shouldn't hopefully die. That's an NPC. He'll try and shoot at us, but he did actually get us then. Alright, we're now in the safe zone. So we've managed to use this. We can take the fuel out, so we keep hold of that fuel. And we are now in a safe zone. Right, nobody can hurt you in the safe zone. We're actually safe. So there's a few things that we can do here. The first of which is we can hit with our rock these signs. Now this is going to take 10 hits, which is really slow, but this is going to give us a metal pipe. Oh my god. Okay, this is going to give us a metal pipe and a road sign. Okay, so this is stuff that we can use. Now again, we're starving at the moment. We really need some food. Someone's just coming on a horse. We're going to pick up these items. So someone's on a horse. We can take that horse once he gets off of it. But there are NPCs in here, but these ones are friendly. And so we can buy all sorts in here. We can buy, like this guy here is buying... we can buy some basic resources. Now, we can buy wood, stone. This is actually going to cost a lot extra, but we can buy wood and stone here if we wanted to. Tool benches where we can research things. But what we're really interested in is the ability to be able to recycle all of this stuff. Now, we can do it in a safe zone, but it's slow. We can do that here. These are the recyclers. So we can open up a recycler and we can put in all of these items that we've got. And we can recycle them down. And this is going to help us to get things like wood, metal fragments, scrap, cloth. All of the things that we basically need at the moment, we're going to be able to get from here. You can hear there's people shooting already. And that's not our problem at the moment. There we go. We're grabbing some stuff from this. It's giving us some stuff. We do need some food still. Got a little hat on as well, so we're kind of getting dressed slowly. We'll put the rope in here. We'll put this in here. Put all these items that we don't want in here. This gives us more cloth. So if we had a cloth issue, this fixes it. We've got a gear, which we don't need at the moment. This is a component. So what we do when we farm barrels and boxes is we find components. Those components can be used in crafting, or we can recycle them down into their core components, which we can then use for crafting. So at the moment we've got wood, we've got stone, we've then got metal fragments, which we either get from recycling, or we get it from smelting down metal ore in a furnace from those brown rocks that we saw. So we've got scrap, which is kind of the currency in the game. You can buy and sell things from. High quality metal. So when you farm a metal node, a metal ore node, you'll also get a couple of high quality metal that you can smelt down. And this is what's used for armor, high-end guns, things like that. All right, so this is pretty much everything now. So we've also got here some cloth. We've got some low grade, which can be burnt into low grade fuel. Fuel can be used, as we've just seen, for vehicles and things. And then we've got our bows, our arrows, and just a couple of things. We don't really care about the rock and that. All right. So this guy's staying. He's recycling. He's got a spear gun. He's on his horse. He's not getting off his horse because he's not stupid. All right. So we've got a few players here. So now we need to head to the direction we want to go in, which is going to be over here. We're going to head. Ultimately, we said we want to set up down here, right? So we're going to head over this area. We'll just get rid of these. We're going to go to this kind of red area over here. We're going to ignore everybody else. We've got quite a lot of stuff already, so we can start to buy things here. If I use this, this is a workbench. Okay, now we're going to make one of these in our base, but for now we could use this to make something like, for example, we can make a nail gun using some scrap and some nails, and we can make some nails to go with that. That's going to use up the metal frags that we've got, but that's going to make some nails. We can also make a crossbow. But for that, we're going to need some rope and some metal fragments, and we don't have enough for that. But we've got a nail gun, which is pretty cool. So now we've got another... It's a basic gun. We can't load it at the moment, but now we've got some nails with a nail gun. We can also make a sleeping bag, and we can make some bandages. And I think, just so that I'm not naked anymore, I'm going to go to clothing. I'm going to make myself some trousers as well. Make myself some basic trousers. Something else I would like to make... is something to protect my head with. But that's a starting point at the moment. We've got what we need. Now, again, we are hungry. And I do believe that at the moment, this is the outpost and the bandit camp are merged together. So if we have a look at what can be bought, food-wise. So 20 scrap, we can buy 5 of these, all right? So we're going to have to head over to that, which is behind us over here. Because we're so desperate for food at the moment. Oh, sorry, mate. Because we're so desperate for food at the moment, we are going to head over there. That's a shop. That's not the one we're looking for. There's a couple more shops that look like they're in a corner here. That's car parts. We're not interested in that one either. So the one that we're looking for, I think, is over here on the left. Let's have a look. There's a couple there. That's not food because that's guns. Right, that's not food. That's clothing. That's tools. I don't actually know where the food is. Maybe it's here. Oh, there we go. What's this? Nope, that's guns and weapons. This is where the outpost is merged. So, nope, not that one either. Okay. I was thinking it was going to be around here, but it's not. Definitely not that one. There's not another one there. There's not one on that side. It's not that one. We've checked that one already. We'll just double check it again. Nope, it's not that one. That's car parts. Oh, okay. Strange. It says it's in this area. Multiple vending machines. And it does say there's food here as well. So, with the farming. But unless I'm being silly, I can't actually see it. Definitely nothing going on. Oh, I see it up there. Okay. Right, so there's one hidden up there. So to get to that, we have to go around the other side. Okay. They normally leave them on the floor. I don't know why that's up there. That seems like a really silly place to put it. This is going to be other items that we can buy for the base. So you can always come here and buy them, or you can use drones to get them. Annoyingly, what we need to do is run around to here. Climb under this fence panel here. There's a gap that you can climb through. And then it's really, really hard to see at the moment. I don't know if you can use a torch in here. I think you can. Yeah, you can. So there's a ladder here. You can climb up this ladder. And then as we run around, there we go. There's the food. It's here. So we're going to go ahead and buy 5 of these. Okay, now we're going to eat these. This is going to give us food. It's also going to give us these empty tins now. Alright, so that's our initial food sorted, just to keep us alive. And now if we go... There's actually a recycler up here, I believe. If we keep looking... Oh, it's over the other side. Okay. You can go up again. You can buy helicopters from here as well. There we go. Yep, there's another recycler over here. We could typically use this one. Another shop here as well. So that's if we're selling food. So I can put these in here and I'm going to get some more metal fragments out. Okay. And they're not going to give us many. Let's get 7 each. And we've got 5 of these to go through. And by the way, this is 40% efficiency. So it takes 8 seconds per item. It's really slow. We don't really want to waste too much time. Ideally, we want to go and get where we're going to build our base. But we've got a bow and arrow now. We've got ourselves a nail gun. Now, if we could get some rope, which we could buy. We could buy some rope. So if we have a look at, for example, multiple vendors here. Right. We can also jump down this ladder. I didn't see this ladder was here. Alright, so this is another way we can get down. Nice and easy. So this is a customized map, so they've changed some things just to make it a little bit easier. But we're all good now. All right, so now we can head over to the direction we want to go. Another place you can get food is by the riverbank. All right, this is another place to get food. So it's nighttime. And because it's nighttime, we're going to head out in the cover of darkness. Hopefully not get seen or killed. You can see there's players around. Now, if I want to put my sleeping bag down, I can't put it down if I'm too close to an area. In this case, I'm too close to the boundary. I'm outside the safe zone, but I'm too close to the boundary. I need to come outside of this. Then I can put my sleeping bag down. So now I've got a sleeping bag. All right, now I'm going to keep running. I'm going to head over this direction. We're going to go over the mountains here. Very, very hard to see at night. But we're heading in that general direction. We've also got some bandages that we can use to kind of heal ourselves up. These bandages give you 5 HP heal every time. All right. We're going to make another sleeping bag, and then we're going to make with what we've got left, it's just a couple more bandages. So we're trying to get ourselves up to 100% health, and we're trying to make sure we get to where we want to build. And we're going to try and do everything we can here. Now the next thing we're going to do in crafting, we could have done this before we left, in construction, is make what is called a shit shack, or a legacy wood shelter. It costs 600 wood. And we can only craft one of these, but we're going to do that. We're going to get that ready, because that's going to become our base. We're also going to make ourselves a wooden storage box. And with that, we're going to put down a key lock. All right, and that is going to be our base. So we're kind of heading towards the river here. Alright, so we don't want to use any light because we'll give our position away and people will see us and they can come and kill us. We want to head right over here towards the snow, but we're going to do it. I think we're going to set up here by number 2 here. Now we are close to the road, we're near the train line. We don't want to fall down this mountain, and we don't know how big this mountain is. We can't see anything right now, so I'm going to just try and take it easy. You can get night vision goggles, you can get torches, flashlights and things like that, but for now, our main focus is getting to 100% health and getting close to where we want to build. Now, we're on the edge of the river now. Now, we can't see, but on the edge of the river here, as we cross, we can drink this water. We can also swim across in it. And there's going to be food normally along the riverbanks. So this is a really good place to get food. Using the map to see, we're almost at the other side. Alright, then we're going to drink. So now our thirst is sorted. Now we can drink from rivers. We cannot drink from the sea because it's salt water. Alright. We're going to keep heading over. Those are deer. The deer aren't going to bother us. They won't attack us unless we attack them. Okay, so we're close to where we're going to build. And hopefully there's nobody here. You want to try and pick a spot that is close enough to monuments that you can get in if you need to. Far enough away that no one's going to bother you. Around enough resources where you can farm. And depending on your objective for the game, are you going to be a farmer? Are you going to be a fighter? Are you going to just look to build and live in peace? Depending on what you're going to do, you're going to set up a shop and sell stuff. Depending on what you're going to do, depends on what or where you're going to build. But ultimately, we want to be close to the ferry terminal. So I actually think we're going to go for this side of the river, the ferry terminal side. That beige, kind of orange glow in the distance means that we're getting close to daylight. There's normally like a 1 or 2 minute queue before we get daylight. Okay. Some hemp there. I just saw it briefly, so we're going to grab that. There's some train tracks we're crossing over. We're about to cross over a road. Going to keep healing ourselves up. Some more hemp there, we'll grab that. Okay, this is really good because it allows us to make some more bandages. Oh no. You can actually make... You can actually make noises and scare them away. He's run away. Last thing we want to do is die now by a wolf. So yeah, you can actually use voice to scare wolves away. That is absolutely possible. Alright, I feel like we're getting close to where we want to build. We're just hopeful there's no one here. Potentially food in these little forest areas. You can get mushrooms, eggs, things like that on the floor. Alright, so we're going to put a little sleeping bag down just here. We're going to look for some more cloth. And we're going to cross the river. Grab these mushrooms. Pretty much just grabbing anything we can see at this stage. There's some more cloth over there. There's a rock here. We could build around this if we want to. We don't really want to though. Alright, now it looks pretty peaceful around here, like there's not much going on. And that's actually ideally what we want. This is a huge bit of flat open land here, which is nice. Now somebody has been here. They've eaten loads of food. Alright, so we're almost at 100%, so that's good news. We're going to get rid of the crap we don't care about. We're going to make sure we don't drown. You do make noise when you're swimming. So we're going to do this. So we can't fight when we're swimming either. Pumpkins here, these are great. And some more cloth here as well. This is fantastic. So I think we're going to build on this river here. This feels like a good spot to build on. Right, we can build another sleeping bag. And yeah, this feels like where our base is going to be. Right on the river here. So with that being said, the first thing we need to do is put down our little shit shack. And we want to place that kind of out of the way at the moment. Because we're hoping no one's going to bother us. Now we're trying to find the best terrain for this. There we go. Alright, there we go. There's our little base. We put that down. We made a box earlier, so we can put the box in here. So that can now live in there. We made a lock, so we can put the lock on the box. And we also made another sleeping bag, so we can put another sleeping bag down in here. Okay, and then we can make, we need a little bit more cloth. But now what we can do is start to store all of this stuff in here to keep it safe. So we've got our arrows, we've got our tools, we've got some spare bandages, some food we don't need at the moment, we're good. Alright, so we've got our basic tools, we're good to go. So now what we need to do is we need to go out and start farming. And the way that we want to do this is to get as much wood as we can. So we're going to farm some wood. And we want to get about 3,000 wood. It's probably good enough to build a base. Now, just from hitting these piles, now no one should have been here because these don't respawn. So once you've used them, you've used them. But already, look, we're up to like 1,500 wood just from 2 of these piles. We haven't had to knock any trees down. We haven't made too much noise. Okay, we hit him. That's good. You got us? Got him again. He's down. Okay, we got him. That was a good fight. Crunch. Didn't really have much on him. We're going to heal up now because we was at full health. So that's a typical fight that you're going to have in the early game. Now, you won't normally have that if people are they've got guns or they've got other stuff. So fights like that wouldn't normally happen in that situation if you're on a server that's been around for a while. We're on a new server. We're pretty much just fighting for space and land at the moment. We're doing the same thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to depot that bow and arrow. That's good. I'm going to make a few more arrows because as you can see, you do go through a lot of them. I'll get rid of the rest of the stuff that I don't need, and I'll heal up. I'm going to do that by eating the food because the food is the easiest way to heal. All right. Because if we die to a player like that, then the problem that we have is that player then gets our gear, they get stronger, we get weaker. It becomes harder. Now, I don't know if that person was building around here. It's very possible they just spawned, but if they've got a boat, it's also very possible that they live around here. I'm not too sure, so we're just going to chill for a minute. See what happens. Okay, so he didn't really have much on him, but he could have been out farming like we were. Our main thing right now is we want to get our base up, but there's an arrow there. You also want to make sure you're running from cover to cover. You always want to try and keep something. So Crunch was his name. Now I don't know if he's got another bow or arrow. I don't know if he lives around here. Yeah, but we did get lucky there, because if he'd have been a good shot, and thankfully he wasn't, and not everyone in this game is a good shot, but if he had been a good shot, we could have had a bit of a problem there where we could have ended up losing our clothes, our nail gun. You know, it could have set us back a little bit. And then that guy who would have been around could have stopped us building. If he decided he's going to build around here, he could have caused us real problems. So now we need to decide what we're going to do and where we're going to build. We're just going to keep going back. At the moment, all we're trying to do is get some wood, right? We've got enough wood now. So what we can do with this wood is we're going to make a building plan, a hammer, we're going to make a tool cupboard, we're going to make a key lock. Right, they're the first things that we need to make. And because we don't have many metal fragments, we're also going to need to make a wooden door. I'm going to make a double wooden door to start with and an extra key lock. Okay, so they're the items initially that I want to make to be able to build my base. Now, building plan, if I press the right mouse, gives me a wheel. 2 types of foundations, square and triangle, and then everything else we can build off of it. These are either ceilings or, you know, next level floors. These are frames, door frames, half walls, etc. You can't build on a low wall. Not really much you can do, but you can build on a half wall. Just some things to consider. And there's lots of really clever ways you can build in this. But we're going to build a foundation and 2 triangles. So that's going to be 100 wood. We're then going to need to build walls, which are 50 wood each. So we're going to have walls along 2 sides here. So that's another 100 wood. So that's 200 wood. Plus we're going to have 2 triangles, which is another 200 wood. So 3. So we need about 400 or 500 wood to be able to build our base, right? But that base, unfortunately, is going to be twig. And twig has 10 HP. So that's not really good enough for us. So what we want to do is make some stone so that we can also, as well as building this, we want to be able to make stone. We want to be able to upgrade it straight away. Now, we could just upgrade it to wood, but there's just no point. Because the problem with wood is that it can be hacked with a hatchet, a sword, flamethrower. There's lots of ways you can burn through wood. You can't burn through stone. So now what we need to do is we need to acquire as much stone as we possibly can. So we're going to leave all of this stuff in here, and we're now going to go out. We don't even need the hatchet anymore. We can leave that behind because we don't want to lose it if we die. All right. But what we can do is we can go out, and what we're going to try and do now is we're going to try and farm some stone. Now this is metal, this brown one. We don't want that. We just want the stone. Again, we're going to look around for other players. There is some stone behind us. We could go and get that. But there's also some stone here. We need about 3 nodes. This is going to make noise and people are going to hear us. And so someone could come and attack us whilst we're doing this. This is when we're at our most vulnerable because they're going to have an advantage of knowing where we are. They may even get the first shot on us. And so we absolutely need to make sure that we're ready if we need to grab our gun or if we need to grab our bow and get into a fight. But it's also why we try and build away from everyone so that we're not disturbed at this point. Right, so what we're doing right now, very chilled out, very relaxing. We're still keeping our eyes open, especially our ears. Alright, and that hopefully should be enough. We can use the Alt key to look around. Okay, so far so good. Alright, so what we've managed to do so far is make some stone, some wood, and now we can build our little base. So we can build our little starter base. So what we're going to do is take the hammer out, take the door out, take the key locks out. Now again, this is where we're going to be at our most vulnerable. We're going to take this out as well. We're going to take out the wood. So again, we're going to hope we don't die now. We're going to think about where we're going to build our base. So we already know. I think we're going to build it right now, just on the edge of the water here, all right? It feels like a decent spot of land here. So we're going to build it just here. This is going to be our little home. So we're ready to go. We're hoping there's no one around. And for us, we're actually going to build it just here. So we're going to build 2 like this. We're going to build these walls. We're going to upgrade all of that. Put the door on. Put the key lock on, and we're relatively safe now. Relatively safe. We're going to put the roof on. We're going to put the next 2 roofs on. We're going to make those stone as well. We've got enough stone to do this. Great. All right. Now we're going to just put the tool cupboard down because this is going to signify that no one else can build in this area. We'll put a lock on that. So that's now safe. All right. A couple more things I want to do. I'm going to do a half wall and a floor triangle here. Now I've got a tool cupboard I can demolish, but only within a few minutes. I'll upgrade that to stone. And now I'm going to make a wall frame here, a wall frame here. And I want to really upgrade those to stone as well. They're going to cost 150 each, so just enough stone to do that. Now I need to protect my base, so I can put everything else in there. I'm going to make another wooden door and another key lock. All right. And then everything else is going to go into here. And I've got some stone and some wood. I can put my tools in here as well. All right. We have a base, ladies and gentlemen. It is a base that we now need to work on upgrading. I'm going to make an airlock. So if I open this door and someone kills me, they only get into this area. They don't get anywhere else. All right. So that's what I'm going to do to start with. And it's more expensive to build double doors, but I prefer it because it makes it easier later when you get what are called garage doors. Okay. So that's our base now done and secured. Now we need to go farming again. We can go in here. Oh, I made a mistake. That's fine. Okay, I want to take the lock off of this. I want to take everything out of here. I'll come back there in a sec. I need the hammer. I forgot the hammer. So I can put all of this in the tool cupboard, which is nice and safe, except for the sulfur. That's okay. I'm going to leave that door open just for a sec, because I'm going to run in here. And now with the hammer, if I hold down the E key, I can pick these up. I'll leave this door shut. We don't actually need to come back in here anymore. That's it. We're done. Now we've got our base. We can put down our little box. Right, that can just kind of live here for a little while. We can put that lock back on it, and then we can put these items in. I'm also going to put down our sleeping bag. That's going to live for now, just kind of here. That's our base. And then the items that we want are going to stay in there for now. Nice. Oh. Right, we actually don't need these two, so I'm going to get rid of them. And then that lives in there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is the start of our base. Now what we need to do is we need to start farming some more resources, because the first thing that we need to do before we do anything else is we need to get some metal. Now remember, metal comes from this one here. So we're going to hit this. And this is going to give us our metal. So this is the next progression. Everything should be a goal that you're working towards in this game. What is the goal? What are you trying to achieve? Now the first thing that I was trying to achieve, and I don't know if there's any more metal around here. I want to see if I can just find like one more. I also don't want to be too greedy, because I don't want to get into a situation where someone sees me and comes and tries to kill me. There's a boat there, that's nice. Okay, right. Can't see any more metal, but I can see a bear. And I absolutely need to go and kill that bear. That bear is going to be huge for me. I was going to go and look for some... Right, that bear's actually coming across the water right now. Bear is coming across the water, but there he is. So I can actually hit him. I think he's run away. Oh, he's run away. We're going to have to go and chase him, because we need that bear, unfortunately. That's going to be absolutely huge for us. We can also go over there to get a polar bear, but we need... So we need the metal. But the problem we've got at the moment is the metal itself, we can't smelt it because we need low-grade fuel. We've only got 5. There's 2 ways we can get low-grade fuel. We can either get it from an animal, like that bear. It's kind of what I want to do. I want to look for that bear. If I can kill it, I get all the low-grade that I need. I get all the stuff that I need. Looks like he's going to try and cross again. We're going to let him come out this side. But yeah, this bear, by killing this bear, we're going to get all of the low grade, the leather, the cloth. We're going to get so much stuff that we desperately need right now. I don't know where that bear went. I know he was crossing the river. I saw him crossing the river. I don't know where he actually is, though, unless he's just drowned. Well, that's a little bit crazy. It's very possible he just drowned in the water. So I can't see the bear anymore. Which makes me think he drowned. And that's unfortunate, because I kind of wanted him. Alright, we're going to have to ignore that and find ourselves another bear or another animal. So, two things we can do. One is to find an animal. I wish I kind of stayed on him and tracked him a little bit closer, to be honest, but it is what it is. Oh no, he's over there. He juked me. Okay, fair enough. He juked me. Coming back across now. Now I can't see him, but he was about here. Okay, that's just glitching out. I'm just going to ignore that. I definitely can't see him. He's not showing up under the water there. So I don't know where he's walking or where he's going, but if I see him again, I will try and kill him. But yeah, we don't want to waste too much time. But a bear would be amazing. And if we can't find a bear, we could go and try and kill a polar bear. They're really hard to kill. Ah, there's a player here. Very possible that was the guy that we killed earlier. I think I just saw him as well. Okay, interesting. So now that we know we've got another player here, someone that's just starting to build, we have two options. We can raid him to get rid of him straight away, or see if he's friendly. Right, there is that damn bear again. Don't you dare go in the water. Don't you dare. Don't you dare, bear. Come and fight me. Okay, he's going to stand. That's good. I want him to attack me because I want to kill him. Good. All right. So now, what I'm going to do. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit him with a bow. He's going to attack me. I'm going to hit him again. I'm going to get the gun out. And there we go, he's dead. Good, alright, we've got the kill. So now, I want to make sure I've got the hatchet, because the hatchet is going to be so much better to skin that bear. We'll grab that. We're going to reload this. Right, there's our hat. There's our bear. And get the arrows out of his head. Take them back. That was huge. That was a big win. Okay. So now we've picked up leather, bones, animal fat and cloth and bear meat. So all really good things that we needed. So that bear's a huge, huge win for us. Now, if we can't find any animals, there is another way. But what we wanted to do with this is make low-grade fuel, right? So we can craft using the animal fat and the cloth to make low-grade fuel. So for every one that we make, we get 4 back. So three animal fat, 1 cloth makes us 4 low-grade fuel. We need 50 to make a furnace. Now, thankfully, we already had some. And so that means we can take what we already had with everything else we've got. We can also now make a fire as well. Make a cheeky little fire. And because we've got some bone now, we can make a bone helmet. Which means we can take off this cap. We don't need that cap anymore. Make a bone helmet as well. Because we've got leather, we can make stuff like... And by the way, when you look at clothing, you kind of figure out what you want to wear. So a hide poncho is going to give us 40% melee and 10% projectile, right? So that's going to be 40 and 10. But if we were to wear something like a wooden chest plate, that's also going to give us 40 and 10. So this is going to cost us 15 leather, this 20 cloth and 250 wood. So I can go ahead and make this. I'm going to make a blackout poncho. All right, I can make some boots that I want to wear. Now I can wear cloth boots, which is going to give us 5 and 5, and this is also going to give us the same. So pretty much the same. So I'm just going to make some cloth boots, use some cloth up. All right, and so now what I'm doing is I'm just making these basic items. I'm going to put this just down here for now. Put the bear meat in that, and we're going to start cooking that. So we'll turn it on. And if I've got some... Not ideal to be in the fire. Now what we can do is we can use the low grade that we've got. We need a little bit more. And we can make ourselves with the stone that we've got. And let's just check what it costs. If I type in furnace. There you go, stone, wood and low grade fuel. So I need a little bit of wood. I can put that and that on now. There you go, I'm wearing this gear now. And there you go, one more. There we go. And now I can make a furnace. All right. So what I'll do is I'll put the rest of this stuff away for now. I need some more cloth. I don't have much cloth. I've got something on my feet, so I'm pretty much protected. And now all I need, I can use the wood. I don't think I've got enough cloth to do this. I want to make, in terms of clothing, I need 15 cloth, so I'm a little bit short on cloth. But what I do have now is a furnace. So the furnace goes down, we take the wood out, we take out what we picked up, which was the metal ore. Wood goes in with the metal ore, and that is now going to... Oh, and we've actually locked ourselves in, which is a bit of a stupid thing to do, but you know what? It's fine. Let's just keep that cooking. Take out the hammer. And then with the hammer, we'll pick this back up. Oh, got to take the lock off it first, so... Hold down the E key, unlock it, pick up the lock, pick up the box. Every time you pick it up, it does take a little bit of damage, but that's okay. All right, and so what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to move this right now and just place it in here instead. So, there we go. All right, so the items that I want to keep hold of right now, I can come in here, drop off the other stuff that doesn't matter to me. Good. All right, I'm in a really good spot. So now I'm just trying to get metal fragments cooking. So this furnace is going to do that. We're going to leave that. I do want to go and get some more metal fragments. Okay, now the way that I'm going to do that is I'm actually going to head out. So I'm not going to get any more in the typical way. Instead, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to eat some food, by the way, because food is a great way for me to be able to heal up. Bear meat is a great source. That's going to get me up to 100%. I've got my arrows, I've got my nail gun, I've got all my gear, I'm ready to go. We know that someone's building a base over there. Alright, so that's it. We've got the basics working. So whilst that's crafting now, we're going to head over to the ferry terminal. Now, before we can go to the ferry terminal, we actually need to go to the abandoned supermarket, and I will explain why in a moment. So we're going to do that first. And also, in order to do that, I want to build a little bridge. Just a little something that's going to help me. I'm going to get that cloth that's over there. I'm going to get a little bit of wood, and I'm going to build a bridge so that when I'm going over the river, I'm not constantly struggling by swimming. There's also some more metal ore there. We can grab that. So anything that we can pick up. This is a beautiful area, absolutely untouched at the moment. I want to grab these resources here. I'm going to build one more building plant. Okay. And then we're going to head over. I'm going to try and pick up this toolbox. Always good to pick up a toolbox if you can. You never know what's going to be in it. In this case, salvage cleaver, which is huge. Huge win for us. Right, I'm also going to build a hammer. And I'm going to use this wood. Planting those seeds. Now we know there's another player over there. And we want to be a little bit respectful. But at the same time, we don't know whether they're friendly or not. So if it was that guy that was shooting at me, we know he's not friendly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a foundation. Now this is going to degrade. It's not going to last very long. We don't really want to spend too much time messing about here. Oh. Right, and see now that one, unfortunately, is not going to build down there because it's too low. So what we need to do is build a half wall and then we can build a floor. If it doesn't work, we need to go again with a foundation. Alright. We build out where we can. We need to put another half wall down. That'll allow us to build another floor. Again, same thing. Then we put another half wall down. It allows us to build another floor. And eventually we'll get to the point. Oh, we haven't got any wood left. But you know what? That's a lot better. So we can build like a little bridge there and then just keep that safe. And that's going to be a little easier way for us to get across. Let's just finish that off real quick. Little things. Little things to make our life easier. Now this is going to degrade because we don't have a tool cupboard to protect it. But it's okay for now. So we'll just place that there and there. You can kind of see the inconvenience of trying to jump up here. Alright, and now we can just go foundations again. Cool. Now what we want to try and do is we want to upgrade these to wood, but it's going to be quite expensive to do that, right? So we can get a little bit of wood to do that. But that's going to be our little wood that we'll make. We'll make a little TC there, and that will be our little bridge. Perfect. Alright, so that's something we can play with later. Right, we want to make sure, and we know there's someone over here building. Now if we killed him, is he still building? Has he logged off? Has he moved? Is he there? I can't even see. I don't know. We're not going to worry too much. We're going to head over to this blue marker. We're going to try our best not to bother him. Maybe he was looking for a cloth for a sleeping bag. Maybe that was the player we killed. We don't know. We're not sure. As we're running, we're going to always make sure there's some form of cover that we're running to or from, even if it's just using the ground and the terrain, bushes, trees. So if we do get contact, we have a way, hopefully, of defending ourselves as best we can. I think that's that player. We're going to remove his sleeping bag because we don't want anyone to respawn in this area. So any sleeping bags that you see, chop them up, and that will stop the player respawning. Right, so if we kill someone and that's their sleeping bag, they're not now going to be able to use that as a way of coming back. Right, so we're looking around, seeing if there's a player. Getting the visual on someone before they get the visual on you is normally the difference between a win or a lose in a fight. Someone's recycling, so someone is here. That machine is recycling. Okay, we got him. Wilson. He had a lot of stuff on him. Okay, we're going. He'll be coming back. Oh my god. Right, we're out. We need to go. I don't know if that person is nearby or not. But if they are and they've seen us, they could come back with gear. That might be their base. So we're going to take a bit of a... Because they could be coming out with gear. They could be killing us. We're pretty low health at the moment. So we're going to come around this way. That was a huge, huge fight that we won. We chased him down because we got the first shot on him. He wasn't expecting us. So again, we heard the recycler. We knew the recycler was going. That was the only way that we knew someone was there. He come running out. We got the first shot off on him. And then chasing him down, he was ready to fight back. But we had the nail gun. And the nail gun's what really saved us there. And again, why this is so important, right? We're going to reload that nail gun now. We're going to heal up. And we're going to take all of this stuff back. This is our little escape route. Not ideal because it's a bit deep here. Be really nice if this was a beach, but it's not. Means we'll be making noise as we're swimming. Now hopefully if that player's there, he's not going to know we're here. Now that was Wilson. There's no guarantee. There's an airdrop over there as well. I don't like airdrops in this game, not early on, because unfortunately they're broken. They're so overpowered with like AKs and C4 and things like that that you don't really like. You could have bows and arrows, but if we get that airdrop, we've got guns, and we've got tier 2 guns. So I think it's too easy at the moment to progress to tier 2. Right, that was huge. We didn't stay and finish everything off. Let's have a look at what we got. We've got 50 scrap there. All right, there's quite a lot of stuff. We can actually go back and see if his body's still there, right? But for now, let's just see what happens. So, tech trash, other things there, things that we can keep hold of. Oh, we'll keep that there. Other things at the moment that we're not too bothered about, but we're just gonna leave this stuff behind for now. This stuff we're gonna put into there. And then I guess we take that out. We'll put that in there so that can start working. And that can go in there. We've got lots of arrows. Alright, so we're just going to keep some of the arrows back. We've got the nail gun, but we haven't got any spare nails for this, so we really want to craft. Just a few. Alright, that's fine. We've got all of our gear. We've got the spare hammer. We don't need it, but that's fine. Alright. Let's get some cloth. We've got a little bit of cloth, so let's make some bandages and a sleeping bag, all right? Let's go back. We'll sort this bridge out in a bit. For now, it was just a temporary thing for us. We could also build a little fishing base here. I don't think there's a fishing village nearby. Nope, there's not. But we could still do that. We're at 100%. We've got a sleeping bag. Alright, so that was a huge run for that guy. Now, that might have been his base. I don't know. He had a compound bow. He had quite a lot of gear on him. Take that wooden arrow. Now what we want to do is we want to get a sleeping bag down here. And we want to put a bow in that sleeping bag. So if we die here, at least we have a chance to come back and maybe win the fight. So we're looking at where we can build. Right, this is kind of the edge, so we're going to build. We're going to put this down there. Okay, so it's kind of in the bush as best we can. Right, now we don't know if that guy's gone back. We didn't loot everything, so possible that he lives nearby. It is also possible that that was just a random running through and getting ready to build. Now we're out in the open a little bit here and we don't like that. We're going to creep. What we were trying to do is get a green key card which is on this desk. Right, he didn't come back for this. Which makes me think he's not local. Don't know if I got everything out of the recycler. Nope. Okay, so he didn't come back. But also, because the key card wasn't there, and that's what we wanted, we're going to have to come back again. I can hear a bear. I can hear a bear, but I don't know where it is. I'm going to look for this bear, because if I can kill it... You can hear because of the footsteps on the ground. Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, so we're going to leave that now. So that abandoned supermarket, this is where we wanted to go. Because this is a really, really good location when we start to be able to get what is known as a green key card. And that's what we wanted. There's nowhere else up here we can get one. We need to go to a lighthouse. A lighthouse is down here. So we can try that. But I was kind of hoping that would have worked for us. We need to get a green key card. So the other thing we can do is we can raid this guy before he builds his base out too much. Given that he's got a wooden door, it would make sense for us to be able to raid him and remove him so that he can't grow and cause us a problem in this area. So that's something else that we want to look to do. All right, so what do we need to do in order to raid? What do we need to do to progress? How do we get to our tier 2 without wasting too much time? Knowing that he's got a wooden door, I could sit here and watch him. Wait and see if he comes and goes. I don't really want to waste my time doing that though. I can extract that. I've got some honey. Sell that honey for scrap. I want to upgrade this. I can do that as well. Make it a little bit stronger. I can see a boar over here. We're going to go and get that boar. Any animal that we can get to get low-grade fuel. And then we're going to go to the ferry terminal, which was the whole point of building here, was to be close to that ferry terminal. So we'll get the boar. Just here. So first hit, it will start chasing you. Second hit. Third hit, it will run away. Now, fourth hit instead. I don't actually have anything to break it with. So what I'm going to do is, from where I am, put a little marker down there. Head back to the base, get my hatchet, and I'll come back again. All right. getting close to night time. I want to be a little bit respectful of the time of day. I want to go and do Ferry Terminal, but I want to get that boar as well. Alright, so we're going to take out our hatchet. We don't want that. We definitely don't want that. Some of the other stuff that we picked up can go inside over there. That's fine. And then, I don't care about that. That can go. Is there anything else that's not important at the moment? No, everything else we can kind of keep on us for now. But we have got a fuse, and that is huge because we needed a fuse, but we also need a green card. Oh, I don't want to take the compound bow out with me either. Let's drop the compound bow off. Cool. And the rest of the stuff I've got on me is just pretty trash. We're going to head for that marker. We're going to go and harvest that animal. We're going to make sure there's no one around. Pretty peaceful around here. Looks nice and peaceful. Now we could go back, but we want to be a little bit more efficient than that, so we're going to go and hit the ferry terminal now. All right. We'll drink this water. They're actually full now, so we'll get rid of that. Quite a lot of bone, leather and things like that. That's cool. All right, let's head down. So this is the ferry terminal. This is a tier 2 monument. Now, it's very possible people are already here or have been here. There is quite a lot of people, not a lot of people on the server, but if we go and have a look. All right, so we can hit the barrels, but we can also grab these crates. One spawns down there. Not always, but sometimes one spawns there in the back of that. The next one, not always, but sometimes spawns. Looking over there, see if there's anyone there. The second one spawns sometimes here, not always. Also barrels. We're going to get as many barrels as we can. Going to jump up here. Now, again, anyone hears us, they get a head start on us. They know we're here. They might get the first shot off. The first shot's normally what makes the difference in a fight. Not always. But if you're good and you can get a headshot, you're normally going to kill someone off the back of that. Okay, so we sometimes get spawns in this van here. Spawns on the back of that there. Which at the moment there isn't any. Spawns sometimes in the back of here, but you'd see them. Spawns up the top there. Sometimes there's a spawn there. Sometimes there's a spawn. There is one down here. Also, there's 2 spawns which I can see over on that boat. So we'll go and grab that. All right. So for this, we're going to swim between these 2 rocks. Swimming underwater because when you're underwater, you don't make any noise. When we come up, we splash. We can be heard. Making sure that we don't drown though. Come to the front of the boat and we will be able to jump up. Alright. So we're just grabbing all of these components at the moment. We're not going to use any of them right now. So we're pretty much just going to recycle everything. Night time's kicking in. Some people like to come and do a recycling run at night. They think it's safer. Also, noise travels a lot further at night. going to come in through this grate. Sometimes there's a box here. There is. This is a research table. We can put items in here. We can learn them. So if there's an item we want to learn, research cost, we can spend the scrap to research that. That way we can learn things directly. That takes you down to the subway. We're not going to go down there yet because there's NPCs. And we're kind of not ready to kill them yet. But we're listening. We're seeing if there's anyone around. That over there is a military crate. And this is what is so powerful about this location, is that military crates spawn here. A military crate can have tech trash, it can have armor, guns, it can have all sorts in it. It is a good item to have and a good thing to consider. Now I'm just going to pop down here for 1 sec because I want to go into my settings and I want to go into my options and I want to make sure I can show my chat. So I've muted global chat, but I've turned my chat on. That now means if I type exclamation pop, there are 31 players online. Right, so good to know. Now I need to work out what it is that I want to recycle. Okay, I want to recycle all of these items that for me right now are just not important right now. They will be later, but they're not right now. So all of these items here at the top there, on those top 2 lines, I don't care for. All right, I can get rid of these. Now later, I want to use them. But for now, it's going to give me cloth, rope. It's going to give me a lot of stuff. Now, I want some rope at the moment. I've got some, but I want some more. I also want scrap. I've got some, but I want some more. I've got some cloth, so I'm going to make some bandages just to heal myself up. And then because it's night time, I'm going to be super quiet. Again, there are players online. They could be anywhere. Meaning they could also be here. So, we're going to chuck that in the recycler. We're not going to stop staring at it. Instead, because you know what happened before when we killed that guy. We don't want that same thing to happen to us. Now we're going to jump up here, grab these. We're making a lot of noise at the moment. Alright, now we're just going to chill. And we're just watching down here, across here, over here, and over here. There's a lot to look at. But we need to know if we're going to get attacked, what direction it's going to come from. Because if they hear that recycler, they know someone's here and they know they've got loot. When it stops, they could be waiting for us to get this stuff out before they attack us. Because that's what you would do, right? Wait till they're looking inside. And then that's an easy opportunity to get a headshot. So you want to practice being as quick as you possibly can to get your stuff out of there. And for that, there's a button called hover loot. You can set it in the options under your keybinds. I recommend setting it to a mouse wheel or a mouse button. You've got mouse buttons on the side of your mouse. Do that. It's much quicker to just drag that, hold the button down, drag your mouse wheel across, and get everything you need. Alright, we're out. So that's the ferry terminal. We've now managed to loot. We've got 195 scrap. We've got loads of metal fragments, cloth. We've actually picked up a huge amount of stuff just from that run and nothing else. Which means that now we can start to get those metal doors down. That makes our base more secure and we can get down our tier 1 workbench, which is what we were aiming for. That was the goal. For the first hour, and I know we've just kind of grazed over it by 10 minutes or so, but the first hour and a bit is about getting down that base. Now, in an ideal world, you're going to have a green key card, you're going to have a fuse, you're going to have a tier 1 workbench, and you're going to have metal doors. That's the goal. If you can get to that point, then you're winning. So we're going to take the metal frags that we got out of here with everything else that we got. We just wait for that sulfur to finish. Great. We'll split that over. We've got metal fragments now. We're good. So we're going to craft ourselves 2 sheet metal doors. Okay. Everything else that we picked up is going to go into here. We can take all of the cloth and the animal fat that we've got. We can craft ourselves more low grade. So we just go to common items, low grade, go max. Because it's night time, we're not doing anything else anyway. So now that's all done. And then something else we're going to need, a bit of wood and some metal fragments. We're going to want to make a storage barrel. Now I'm going to make a storage barrel horizontal. Okay, now if you can't do that, you can just make a large box. You might not have the downloadable content to make that, and that's okay. Right, we're going to swap these doors over. So we're going to start with this one. Okay, so now if we get... Now we're not going to open this one in case someone's door camping us. We've got too much stuff on us. So right now... Oh, sorry. Before I put that door on, remove that lock. I need to remove that door. I think I might actually have to remove this box because I'm not going to be able... It's going to be a slight problem. Right, what I'm going to do at the moment, I'm just going to dump a load of random stuff on the floor for a second. And the reason for that is because I'm going to need to pick this up. The reason for that... Wait a minute, did I... Oh, I'm still making a low grade. Let me cancel the low grade. I'm going to make this first, and I'll make the low grade afterwards. Just because I want to get that... I want to get that bigger box. Now the bigger box will fit perfectly up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place that just in here, like so. And then I'm going to place the other box down here, back where it was. It should fit on there quite nicely. Like so. And then I can put on the double door, the key lock. And then I can pick all these items back up. And for now, I can just chuck everything just in here. It's a much bigger box. Good. Right. All right. So I picked everything up. Put everything down that I don't need. I just want that sheet metal door. All right. I'm pretty much naked. So what I can do is unlock the door. If anyone's watching me at the moment, this is where I could die. I'll pick the door up. Put the new one on, and then we've got sheet metal doors. Great. All right. So far, so good. That's progress. We can put that last one back on there. All right. So, sorting out our gear that we've got, what we're wearing. We're in a pretty good place right now. We'll wear the wolf headdress because that's better for us. We'll wear the poncho because that's good. We've got enough wood now, and also cloth. Let's take anything that we can put inside the tool cabinet. We'll do that. We've got our guns. We've got our ammo. Split those in half. Don't really need that, but that's fine. This is important, so we'll keep it. This is actually super important. Any components that we're going to keep right now and not recycle, we should put to the side. But at the moment, I'm typically going to recycle everything, right? So the things I'm going to keep, the things that are important to me, we'll put in there like that. Now, I can make, and this is what I needed, because I needed this. So with this and this, I'm going to need some more wood. Oh, do you know what? I've actually run out of wood. All right. Oh, have I? No, I think I've got enough. So, yeah, I can make a tier 1 workbench. Right. I'm going to keep the scrap that I've got, 282 scrap, which is a good amount of scrap. I'm going to keep that. I need to go and get some more wood in a minute. Well, I can do that. It's very easy for me to go and do that. Take out my hatchet. For now, I want to place this down. There we go. All right. Oh, and the sulfur as well. I want to keep the sulfur. That's important. So now I can make myself a crossbow. So in order to do that, I need wood, metal fragments. So I know I need 200 wood. Don't quite have. So I need to go out and get some more wood. Right, so I'll leave that and that behind. About to be daytime. So just waiting for morning. We're going to go and look for some wood. I remember seeing some over here, so we'll grab a couple of these wood piles. We could hit trees. Again, I just don't feel like there's any point hitting trees at this stage. Instead, we'll just grab whatever we can grab here. There's also some corn. We'll grab that. There's a bear. That's amazing. We can kill the bear. Again, if we hit the bear should start to chase us. Done. We do take a hit from the bear, but we're okay. We'll eat the food. The food will heal us up. We've reloaded the nail gun. It's super important to do that. Now, whilst we're also hitting the bear, we're pressing E to collect the nails at the same time because we're trying to recycle our nails and not have to waste them, right? We'll make some of those. And then we're just going to chuck this stuff back in the ground. We're running through. Very peaceful, very easy being able to get started. But we need to progress. So getting started is one thing, but we also need to be able to thrive and not just survive. In order to do that, we need to upgrade our base, we need to get a tier 2 workbench, and we need to start preparing ourselves for getting raided. Because at some point, someone, somewhere will want to come and raid us. Now the downside with building a base like this is if anyone's on cargo and looking as it goes round, they may see our base and think they're going to come and raid it. And if they're on cargo, they're good players and they're going to have a lot of gear. So it's not always good to build on the waterfront like this. But all right, we've got lots of stuff, so we don't want those. Get rid of those for now. The bear meat. That's good. We can cook that again. We'll just cook some more bear meat. Alright, now we can build, or we should be able to make a crossbow, which is kind of what we wanted before. So let's take out, first of all, we've got the rope that we need, we've got that we need. We're going to need some metal fragments. We're going to take the scrap out as well, alright. Alright, so crossbow. We're going to craft one. That means we don't need the bow anymore, the bow can stay behind. We've got the nail gun, which is good. We've got loads of wood, that is good. The wood can go in here. All of the other stuff can go in there. This can now go in here to be... We need to go and make some more of that. But we're going to keep the wood burning, right? We're always going to keep wood burning. So... Good, there's nothing else we need to do there. Alright, let's just get rid of some of the crap we don't want. We've got the crossbow. Does a lot more damage. So if we look at weapons and you look at a bow does 50 damage, where if we look at a crossbow, it does 60 damage. Now it might not seem like a lot, but that extra 10, really good. Makes a big difference. Alright, so now we've got the crossbow. We're good there. We can come to our workbench and now we can start to research some items because we've got all of this scrap. And we picked up 282 scrap off that run. It's going to cost us 510 scrap to research our way all the way down to the bottom. So we're halfway there already. So we're going to start unlocking. Now we don't need to worry about these items. This is for kind of farming and base stuff. This is clothing. The only thing we need here is pants. But rather than spending 105, if we find a pair of pants, research them at the research table, it only costs us 30. Now we'll learn it directly. That means we can craft it, but we can't carry on, because to carry on you've got to work your way through the tree. So we're going to do this on tier 1. We're going to go for the hatchet, then we're going to come down here, and we're just going to use all of this scrap. Now, If as a result anything goes wrong on this server, let's say we get killed, our base gets raided, whatever, even if the server partially wipes, as long as we have our blueprints, we can log back into the server and we can build our workbench and start crafting these items. It just makes it a lot easier to recover if there's a problem. Alright, so we're going to leave our scrap here for now. And we're going to go out. We need to farm a little bit more. Now look, we've got this here, so this is good. We'll turn that on. But we need some more metal fragments, right? We also need to expand our base, which means we're going to need some more stone. Now, the problem at the moment is we've got a really bad tool that we don't really want to use. And so now we can craft ourselves a metal pickaxe and a metal hatchet. Now, we're lucky we already got one of those hatchets. We don't need it. So that's all good. We're also going to head back over now to the abandoned supermarket because there is a small chance we'll take the wood and the cloth. We're going to make ourselves some wood armor pants. That now goes back. Alright, we don't really need the hammer, that's fine. But we need to go and recycle some stuff, okay? So, we can take all of the stuff that we want to recycle. All of the stuff that doesn't really mean anything to us anymore, that we don't care for. And we can go and get rid of it. We're even going to get rid of that tech trash. We don't need it. So all of this is going to get recycled. That's a lot of stuff. Right, this is a risky run, but we're going to make it. Also, we're going to take cloth, and then we're going to make ourselves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to make ourselves a stash that we mentioned before. Okay, and we're going to take with us bow and arrow. Cool. With just a basic tool, right? Alright. So, what this is going to do for us, we're going to start keeping kits and moving them around in different places. Now, the idea is if we die now, it's going to set us back a little bit. Not too much, but it will set us back, and we don't want that to happen. Oh, I've got all that meat with me. I didn't really mean to bring all that meat, but whatever. Right, this is all starting to decay already, so we're going to need to upgrade this, so we'll do that on the way back. We need to do that and upgrade it before it falls apart. Right, so we're going to stay on the right side here, because we know there's a base down there, an impossible person. We don't know if they're any good or what they're doing. We don't even know if they're online. The base hasn't really changed much. Very possible they just gave up when we killed them. Maybe that was the guy we killed. I don't know. But we're going to stay this side. We want to try and get a green key card, and we want to try and recycle. Now, we know what happened when we recycled. Didn't work out very well. Or that other guy, sorry. But we're going to try now and see if we can do what he was trying to do. Now, we didn't recycle any of his gear. In case he come back, we just wanted to get out. Enough time has passed now, but I'm hopeful that if there's nobody here... Now, at the start of the server, when it's just wiped, everybody's going to be fighting for these green key cards. So these green monuments, these are going to be quite hot spots. And you're typically going to find quite a lot of people fighting or trying to fight to get access. Now, we don't know if anyone's here. There is no key card. That typically means someone's either been here or they're already here. Right. There's some wood in there, so someone's been here. The question is, are they still here? There's a bike. Okay, there's no one on the roof. Can't See anyone? Okay. Next lot goes in. This comes out. Including the rope. We don't need any more rope, so we're going to get rid of that. I'm really sad that we didn't get that green key card. Someone else has beaten us to it. We do need it. That is the thing that is holding us back at the moment. Alright, that's it, all done. We're good. Out we go. We didn't get a green key card, unfortunately. Right, we do want to head over to here, to that green marker, because that is where our sleeping bag is. We also want to get out our stash that we got. Right, so here is our sleeping bag. So what we're going to do is we're going to put our stash at the bottom of our sleeping bag, and in it we're going to put the bow and arrow, half of those. Oh, we put them in there already. Look, there we go, all done. And then we're going to hide that. That just means that if we respawn there, we respawn with a tool, a bow and arrow, and we're relatively not guaranteed to win a fight, but if we've been in a fight and we can get the advantage, we're relatively likely to get the upper hand, because they'll be looting the body. We can just go and kill them, or try and kill them. No guarantee. And you always spawn with half health, so it's always going to be harder as a naked. Keep an eye out over there to see if that base... Now, I don't know what's going on with that base, but he hasn't expanded yet, so he might not need to. But I also don't know if I've seen him. Hard to say. Right, we need some wood. And then we need our hammer. Let's head back. We'll stick some cloth down. And then with the hammer, as we go around, we're going to start that's done. Now, unless we put a tool cupboard on there, that will keep eroding, but it's got 250 HP now, which means it's going to last a bit longer. Alright, we're good. Here we go. We made it home. So now we need to go farming again, right? We've got a lot more scrap now. So we picked up like another 150 scrap just from that run, which is good. So we just continue down on the tech tree. And what we're trying to do at the moment is we're trying to learn. And we're almost there, look. We need 60 scrap and we've learned the revolver. So now what we need is a metal pipe. So we're going to head out again and we're going to try and find ourselves a metal pipe. And the way we're going to do that is... we also need some more metal. We'll take the salvaged hammer. We've got the nail gun and the crossbow. We'll keep those with us. We've got the pickaxe in case we need it. So now we're going to go and do the ferry terminal. Now, we really wanted the green card to be able to do this. But this should have respawned. Also, we've got the airfield over here, but we're not quite ready for that yet. If you're struggling to start or get ahead, there is another way. You have the ability to do missions. You can go to the Outpost, you can go to the bandit camp, fishing village, and there are missions that you can complete to earn items. You can get a double barrel shotgun, you can get a jackhammer, you can get scrap, lots of cool things. So if you are struggling, there is a way around. Now what we're going to do is head out to this road. We're going to hit these, look. And we can hit these from a distance. So if anyone hears the noise, they might look in that direction, but not necessarily at us. Or we can use this salvage cleaver, one hit, and this goes down. Now remember what we said we needed. We are looking for metal pipes. Metal pipes could be anywhere. And if we're really struggling, we'll just hit a road sign, because road signs guarantee them. So this road sign will guarantee us a metal pipe. It's going to take 4 hits. Really bad at this. One more. Alright, so we're guaranteed there a metal pipe. Good. Oh, get some stuff from this. Always get better stuff out of the boxes. Also, it's less noise. So I'd always recommend, if you can, hit a box over hitting a barrel. Barrels just make a little bit too much noise. Kind of give your position away a little bit. Okay, we're good for now. Alright, so we're going to start to get rid of this stuff. Most of the stuff that we just don't want. We're going to keep the metal pipe that we got. Again, we want that. Anything else that we don't want at the moment, we're going to keep the metal spring as well. The metal spring is going to come in handy. Otherwise, all the other stuff, like that there, even that there, we're going to get rid of. Okay, that's the first lot out. Then all of that. Got those two to go as well. Now we're going to keep that because I want that. We're going to need it. I'll explain why. We're going to need it for a jackhammer. You can't craft the jackhammer, but you can get one from a fishing village. So we'll keep one to make a spear gun, to go to the fishing village, get a jackhammer, and that's going to allow us to farm much, much faster. Alright, take that out. Last item, we're good to go. Not that we care for the tank top, but whatever. It's another 12 cloth, right? Right, we head inside. Now we're going to head over the back. Nothing there. Nothing down there. Nothing over there. So it looks like they haven't respawned yet. Or somebody else has been here and farmed it. So for that reason, we're going to dip out. Alright, now if you're farming on a server where there's hundreds of players, you're going to really struggle to get a green key card. And if you're in an area like this. So for some reason, this abandoned supermarket, it seems like constantly struggling with the green key card. That means that people keep taking it. Now, it's hit or miss. You might get lucky and you might find one straight away. You might not. Like, we haven't. It's been a while. And so what we can do is we can just wait for the server to die down a little bit and wait for other people to finish wanting the green key cards. Because after a while, people will just stop. They'll just stop getting them. They won't need them anymore. They'll have too many. We can, in that case, just farm. Now, we're getting pretty close to where we want to be right now, which is pistol bullets and now a revolver. So we can make a revolver. So what we're going to do, there's 28 players online now, so it's, again, nice and quiet. We're going to make a revolver, and the way we're going to do that is we need metal scraps, we need cloth, and we need a metal pipe. Well, we know how to get a metal pipe, we know how to get all of that stuff, so we've got everything we need, so let's make ourselves a revolver. We also then need sulfur, which we've got. And along with the sulfur, we need the charcoal, which is why we've been constantly burning the whole time. Because now we've got that. We can now craft common item gunpowder, which is charcoal and sulfur. So we can go ahead and craft as much of that as we can. Okay, that is going to give us gunpowder. But look at this, we've now got our guns. We can get rid of that now gun now. I mean, we could keep it, technically, if we wanted to. Doesn't hurt us. In terms of crafting and items we want to keep this, we want to keep this. Nothing else really matters. I don't care for anything else. We don't need 2 water bottles, so we can just drag the contents of one into the other. Like so. And then we can just get rid of that one. We don't need it anymore. Alright, everything else that we've got is good. That can all just stay there for now. Alright, so now, because we've crafted what we need to craft, we'll put everything else into here. We need to go and farm, we know that. So that's an important thing for us to do. So we're going to go and grab some more resources. But otherwise, we've got a decent amount of stuff. Now we can also make another furnace. We can upgrade our base, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to take our hatchet. We're going to take our items and we're going to head out. Now we're not going to be hitting any more barrels. So we'll leave that behind now. We can take this. All right, we'll just leave this stuff here for now as well. We've got our gunpowder, and so with the gunpowder, we're going to take the metal fragments, and now we can actually start to craft pistol bullets. All right, now we're not going to craft too many, but that does give us something to start with. All right, so now we've got pistol bullets. We can go and we've got a gun, we've got a revy. We should be in a better position to fight now. If we get caught out, we can go out with this. We've still got the crossbow if we need it. But to be honest, the revy and then the nail gun, we don't really need the crossbow anymore. The crossbow can be kind of just placed in here. It's just 2 slots we don't need. We'll keep the nail gun in case we want to be quiet. If we want to kill someone quietly, we can keep that. Otherwise, we're good to go. All right, so we know what we need. We need metal, stone, and wood. So we can go on a little farming run. Now we're quite close to Ferry Terminal at the moment, so we're going to head back over to the right side here. There was definitely a lot of stuff that we can see over here. So we can go and get that. We can also now start to find out what that base is doing and maybe take it over. Remove the person that's in it. We're pretty much ready to raid now. Right, now the nail gun we're just going to keep at the bottom. And what we're going to do is we're going to keep this. And if we need to, we can just switch back to our gun very quickly. So if someone starts to attack us, we just shoot them. I'll go for the wood. Now obviously if somebody kills us, that's going to be a shame because we'll be giving them a revy. We don't really want to do that if we can help it. But if we get into a fight, like with a nail gun, it could save our life. Especially if people are running around and all they've got is a bow at the moment. So a ferry terminal, absolutely OP for being able to get loot. There's a boar over there. Very quiet over here, which is nice. It's exactly what we wanted. I have a feeling that player gave up. So again, we don't want to be shooting unless we have to, because we will give our position away, and other players that want to fight will come and kill us. Alright. I'm going to reload that. We're bleeding a little bit, so we're just going to heal up. Just one. Get the nails back. And yeah, choppy choppy. Good fuel, it's good leather, it's good cloth. We need all of it. All good. Right, we are going to head back over towards the supermarket again. Again, we do really need that green key card, so we're going to keep an eye out for it. Because we're on a farming run, we just want to be farming right now. We don't want to die. If someone kills us, they're going to take all of our farm. So, we either do the supermarket first and farm on the way back, or we take the farm back, deposit it, and then come back for this. Gonna head towards the snow. Normally good nodes in the snow. Not really getting much luck where we are at the moment. Just metal that we want more than anything right now. And either somebody else is farming around here, which is why we can't find anything, or not a very good spawn. Not sure which it is just yet. But we'll just pop over this hill, we'll have a quick look. There's nothing really here by the looks of it. A bit of sulfur. There should be some metal nodes around here. We should find some. We're not cold because we've got a decent amount of clothing on, so we're okay. We're warm enough. You can see here we've got 24% protection. We're getting a little bit cold, but not enough to hurt us. But wow, yeah, really no nodes or anything. I was hoping there would have been a lot of farm. That either means that someone's farming it, or there's just nothing here. Just not a good spawn. There's what looks like a base over there. Wow. Yeah, I mean, there is a base over there. So the fact that someone's there and building. And look, they're in their base as well. Right. We're not going to go anywhere near them. But they are online, and we know they're online, and they're going to be the ones probably taking the key cards. We're just going to leave them. We can come and see them later. Looks like they're expanding. So they're focusing on their base building at the moment. Now we could go and kill that player, nick all of their stuff, but not really the play I want to make. It looks like they have farmed everything around here. There's not much left. Alright, we're going to check the green key card. We're going to head home. We're a little bit more confident now because we've got the gun. Not overly. Okay, look, there's one here. I do not like this. This is far too close to the abandoned supermarket. But it looks like it's reset because all of the boxes in that back, it doesn't look like anyone's taken them. So, and that guy was in his base. He was upgrading. So, I think we've probably got a little bit of time, I would hope, where there'll be no one here. Now, I'm not going to be recycling. We're just going to get the boxes and we're going to get out. Battery, that's huge. Another fuse is always good. There it is, the green key card. That's what we wanted. And a military box. Oh, a large battery. That is huge. Okay, we're going. We got what we needed. We're out. Got 2 cloth. We'll get rid of that. We don't want it. All right, let's go. All right, that's us. We've got the green key card. We also got a large battery. That is massive. That's a huge item. Not that we're going to use it just yet, but it's going to help us for when we're making auto turrets. Good to know. Right, we need to go straight home now. We're running a lot along the open, so what I'm doing is I'm using the banks on both sides now to protect me as I head towards the trees. Use this bush as cover now, so behind me I can get that bush as cover. Just running from bush to bush. Heading towards the trees, and we're going to head around the back. And that's going to allow us to get back. And now we can go and start, and yeah, this is 2 hours in, but now we can go and start the tier 2. There are quicker ways to do this, but the server had only just wiped. There's always a rush for green key cards at the start, then it calms down. When it calms down, that's your opportunity. So to find a server that is maybe like 1 or 2 hours old that you can play on means less people are going to be fighting for those green key cards. And so, just before we wrap up this video as part 1, what I want to do is I just want to get back and show you how we're going to progress towards that next key card. So, part 1 is about getting your base down. Once your base is down, then it's going to be about making sure that you can get the green key card. So we need the workbench. So we put the workbench down. Then once the workbench is down, we've got the furnace down. Then we go out, we get a green key card and a fuse. All right, so we've just done that. And then we can progress our way up to guns. So we've done that. So right now, what we're going to do is we're going to put in here some wood. Turn this on. We'll split this so it's cooking. Everything that we don't want, we just put everything into here. That all goes through. Good. Now what we do in the top here is anything that we can just hold on to or leave here for now, we'll do that. Things that we just don't care about too much. We'll keep 1 fuse and 1 green card. All right, that's all we need right now. Now because we're going to go and do barrels, or around barrels, we can go and do that. We can keep the nail gun on us, it's always good. We've got a couple of these, a couple of these. All right, that's us, we're good. What did I take off just then? Looks like... Oh, I didn't make my leg. Did I not make them? I thought I made some leg trousers. Maybe I didn't. I should probably do that quickly. So for that I need some wood and I need some cloth. And I can make some wood pants armor, which I thought I already had. Maybe I dropped them or took them off or something. I don't know. Anyway. All right, we're good. So now let's go. And I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. We're going to try it. We're at 100% health almost. That's good. I can run straight down here. It's nice and protected. We're hoping no one's going to be here. The guy that's over on the base is building over on the base. There could be nakeds. There could be other people. We do have a revolver. And so with that, we feel slightly safe. I'm not... As I said at the start of the video, I'm the kind of guy to give my gear away. I could go into a revolver fight against a bow and still lose. I'm not a good PvPer. But I still want to be able to enjoy the game. So, we need to do our first puzzle. Puzzles are mostly all the same. In this one, what we're going to do is this building here on this side of the ferry terminal. We're going to head inside. And we need to put in the fuse. Wow, okay. We need to put in the fuse. Okay, once the fuse is in, we need to head to the back. And then we need to switch on this switch. Then we can run. Now you can follow that line, the power line, and that will take you to where you need to go. So that power line takes you over to a building over this side. We need to run over here, get our green key card out, and now we can use our green key card in this room to open the door. And inside we are going to find a blueprint fragment, a blue key card, and 2 crates. This is now on a 30-minute cooldown. So we know in 30 minutes we can come back and we can rinse and repeat that 5 times. Now, we don't have to do that 5 times. We can just do it 3 times. And there's not a box back there, but there is one here. I'll take that. Solar panel, that's huge. That'll go with our battery. All right. All right, that's it. Let's go back. Now, we don't really want to engage in a fight at the moment. We don't want to get in anyone's way at the moment. All we want to do is get back with our blueprint fragment. Because to get to tier 2, we're going to need 5 of those. We're also, while we're here, going to get our fuse back. Because we can use that twice. All right, we're out. Hopefully we're okay. Looks like we are. Now, if I put the fuse in and I went to the back to turn the switch on and the switch was already on, that means it's not reset. So only when the switch is off and you have to turn it on, does that mean the puzzle has reset. Now you can check it that way, or if you go to the other place where the boxes are, you can kind of peer through the window and look and see if the boxes have respawned. If the boxes have respawned, then the blueprint will have respawned as well. We've picked ourselves up a blueprint fragment, the first one. Now, chads and goats and people who are just cracked at this game, they'll already be sitting on a tier 3 workbench by now. This isn't a competition with them. This is a way of us being able to do this on our own. And how can we evolve and progress in this game in a way when everyone's fighting and we don't want to? That's it. That's how we do it, ladies and gentlemen. So now I can actually upgrade another gun, or I can go for explosives, right? So 2 of the things I can do. Now I want to make myself a sword. I've got this, but for this I'm going to need metal blades. So I want to start to get metal blades. I can also now make myself a handmade SMG, which I can use instead of the revolver, but this needs a metal spring. So if I want to move over to this, I can. I'm not going to because it's less damage. I prefer the revolver. Revolver's more damage. It's only 8 rounds, but it's fine. What I can do, however, for 30 and for 60 then, I need 2 scrap. And I can make satchels. And satchels are going to allow me to raid. Alright. That's it. So the next thing I need to do is I need to upgrade my base. So for that I'm going to need just a little bit more stone. So what I'm going to do is just dump all of this stuff in here that I don't want at the moment. Okay, you can get rid of that. Also these key cards. Now that I've got these 2 key cards, I can go and do, and this is going to be the next part, airfield. Now I'm not going to do airfield just now because there's a base on the lake just here. So airfield, I could do it. It's not really ideal at the moment. But if I show you it quickly, if we are able to do it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bit more cloth. Okay, so I'm going to take a decent amount of cloth with me. I've already got some bullets that I made, but I'm going to make some more. So in order to do this, I'll take that gunpowder, I'll take those metal frags. Now if this doesn't work and I die, it doesn't really matter. But I've got 36 bullets. I'll make a few more. I'll chuck everything else behind me. I'm not going to take the cleaver with me. Alright. Now there is a patrol helicopter, which I can hear outside. It's just coming over this way. Now because of that, if I've got anything on me, clothing or guns, it will kill me. And I don't want to get into a situation where I'm getting killed by a helicopter. So, if you run out naked, the helicopter will not attack you. Now, the helicopter is over near airfield. So as long as I can use a bow, by the way. If I've got a bow, I'm okay. But if I have any clothing on, or if I have any guns on me, that helicopter will shoot me. Now because it's over here at the moment, near where that guy's base is, we're going to run all the way along the edge here. Now we're going to be cold when we get to the water. We don't want to really run into that guy. We definitely don't want him to know what we're doing. And it doesn't matter because, like a stupid idiot, I forgot my key cards. We actually need to take the key cards with us to do this. And we want to take a sleeping bag with us that we can put a sleeping bag at airfield. So again, not ideal. Oh, there's a bear over here. But there's also the helicopter. So we're going to leave the bear alone. You might want to wait for the helicopter to pass and move out the way. But what I'm looking to do is take both the green and the blue key card. And I'm going to take with me 2 fuses. That's what I need. Right. And I'm going to take 30 cloth. Because that is going to allow me to craft another sleeping bag. Cool. And with that, I'm also going to make another stash. And I'll take another bow and arrow out with me, so... There we go. Alright, cool. Alright. Let's go. Where is the helicopter? Going over that way, that's good. That means we can put all of our clothes back on. Good. Okay, so now heading to airfield. So, the ferry terminal takes half hour to respawn. We can also go to the satellite dish. We can get a fragment from the satellite dish. We can also go to the airfield. We can get 2 fragments from the airfield, but we have to kill 3 scientists. All right, so you need to bear that in mind. Also, it's going to be quite cold over here, so just need to bear that in mind as well. And we've got to go past that player who's online. Satellite dish, we will need a green key card for. Military tunnels, we're not going to bother doing that. That is not something for the new players to play with. Neither is launch site. Launch site and military tunnels and the Arctic research base are 3 monuments as a beginner. I do not recommend you fight or play with. And the missile silo as well, but I don't actually know where that is. The missile silo is over there. So those monuments, I would recommend avoiding them as a new player. It's something that you should do once you're more comfortable. Right, there's a guy there. He's running that way. Now, I don't know if he saw me. Maybe. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. But we don't want to get into a fight with him. We don't really want to fight anyone at the moment, because if we do, we lose the progress of our green key card. Now, the blue key card we don't care about too much, because it's easy to get that. But the green key card was a bit hard. There's another base over there. So someone's building out over there. So a couple of people at the moment building. We want to head here to this red marker. Now, if he's over there on that island, chances are he's not going to bother us. There is another base just here. Could potentially be his starter. There's also that one on the left, which again could be the same base or the same person. Yep, he's over there. Right, we're going to wave. And maybe he's going to come and shoot us, maybe he's not, I don't know. That helicopter is moving towards airfield. That looks like a boat base. That's staying there, which is good. Now, he might have heard us if he was in his base. He might know where we're going. There is a guy over there who's online. There's another guy we saw running to the other side. Right, so here's airfield. So what we're going to do is put this down. We're going to put down the stash. Inside the stash, we're going to put those items, bury that. I cannot see that helicopter, but I don't think it's near. All right, now this is where PvP happens. So this is where you can expect to have players who are trying to progress. Normally quite good players. And you can expect to get into fights. But if I die here, I die. It happens. It's okay. Doesn't matter. We just reset and go again. Now normally there's crates here. Not always. There's the helicopter. It's over there. It's going that way. That's cool. So we've got these three. We also need to go to that side over there. We're just going to run for it. It's getting dark, and dark is not a good time to be in the Arctic. So we're going to hope there's no one here. People could be all over this place. We need to go to the left side. Inside this room here. And we need to put a fuse in here. Once we've done that, we need to activate this switch. Then we need to run down here. Through this brick wall. Down this hole. Right, now we're in here. We only have a limited amount of time. Oh, crap. Radiation poisoning. That means it's resetting. Yep. That means we need to wait 5 minutes. It means someone's just done it. But it does mean it's resetting, and that is a good sign. We need to go and get our fuse back. Problem now is it's going to be dark and cold. But we just need 5 minutes. So what we're going to do, get our fuse back. And we're going to go and wait. Now there's a heater here. This heater will keep us warm. There's another heater downstairs, but we don't really want to use that one. Hopefully no one's going to come up here and bother us. Right, so we just need to literally wait for 5 minutes now. We don't want to be too cold. It's going to be night time. We've only got 24% protection against the cold, so we are going to get cold, which means when we're downstairs, we need to be quick. We don't really have the time to mess about. And so we're going to head down. We need to wait for the 5 minutes. So radiation, if you don't have clothes on, you'll get radiation. But if a monument is resetting, you'll also get radiation. There are 3 guards that we need to kill. Killing them is going to be quite difficult with this gun. This gun's not too bad, but we need to be quite accurate with our shots. So we're just going to chill. Everyone needs to be clear of the monument for 5 minutes. So that loot room that we were just here. Half an hour ago, someone raided it, which means they may be back. If they're on a timer, they're going to be back to do it again. Now, again, on a server like this, everyone's going to be running this. So if you are getting contested and struggling, then just go build your base, go and do other things, and come back and do this at another time. Or risk it for a little bit of PvP. The good news is you don't have 50 players here, which is what it would normally be like. So we've kind of got this space. When we come out, we're going to head for our bag. So we're going to head for 4. Then we're going to head back to 1. So that's the way we're going to go. We don't want to go straight across. But also we've got a guy on a base there that we know. We want to avoid the road if we can. We've got a few bags out. We can get a few more down. We can get another one down here. Because if we put a bag down here, then we can spawn in our bag, check for the green key card and run home. And then pick some gear up on the way home and do a kind of a naked run. I think I can hear someone. I think there's a player here. Just listening out. So I'm sitting in front of the heater, keeping nice and warm. Just going to give it a couple more minutes. Looking on the map to see where that helicopter is. We know there it is down there, just around Outpost. So we can hear it. That's how far we can hear the helicopter. All right, this protection, 24% protection, we're going to get cold. If I put that on, I'm at 33% protection now because this is metal. So by taking off that metal, I'm a little bit more protected now. All right, that should be good. Just checking there's no one here. Let's try that again. Fuse goes in, activate. We need to head out, round the back. Up to the back wall, jump over it. Right, we're -6, so we're okay. Through here. Down here. Right, we're okay this time. So, green key card goes in. And there's... Wow. That's crazy. Right, he's dead. We're in. First guy's looted. Loot room in there. We're also on, we're bleeding, 62% health, so we need to heal up, right? That's the first guy dead. We don't really have that many heals. Now there shouldn't be anyone else in here, so we can check these 2 rooms here. Sometimes players are in here, sometimes there's boxes in here. Next guy is going to be in this room. Now he could be on the left or the right side. We don't know where. Oh my god. I don't know where he just appeared from. That was really weird. kind of felt like the server was lagging a little bit there. Someone's coming in. Oh, that door just shut. That was the fuse. Gotta have no more heals. Okay. Alright. There's a box here. Still no loot though. I've got 58% health. I've got nothing to heal me with. Alright, well, we'll get this diesel. There's one more guy. So for this one, I need to do this fuse. Now I need to do the blue key card. Okay, he's dead. That's the last guy. We're safe. Unless a player comes in. So now we can loot this room. And against the back door here, this is 2 blueprint fragments and a red key card. Also, military crates. Loads of military crates, which is exactly what we wanted. Got a backpack. We've got loads of gear. Extra fuses. Another military crate. Oh, nice gun. And that's it. We're done. Time to head out. Hope that we don't get countered. Now we're going to wait for the helicopter to move, so we're just going to chill here. If anyone comes down here, but there we go, we've got some diesel, 2 blueprint fragments this time, and a red card. So we'll put the stuff that's super important in our backpack. SMG body's good. We've got some ammo, which is great. Some fuses. So all that stuff's really good. Nice. All right. We want to go this way. Now remember what I said I wanted to go. I want to go towards 4. And because it's dark, we've only got 39 HP. So we need to be super careful we don't die and nothing kills us. We're going to try and get out the same way we come in. We should have brought a few more heals with us. That's a good lesson. We'll stay relatively close to the wall. We can find the exit. We'll head towards, first of all, because we don't want to go over the things, we'll head towards this first. Once we get towards our sleeping bag, we'll bear to the right. And we can kind of see the ferry terminal over in the distance. Very possible that players can be out and about. They might have night vision goggles already. They could definitely be hunting or farming or doing stuff. We do not want to run into anybody right now. And we know there's a few bases around here, and also we know it's about to become daylight. Oh, God, there's a bear. Alright. We're dead. Unbelievable. Polar bear. Alright, we didn't know that polar bear was there. There is a bag. Alright, so now, annoyingly, where we just died, We've got to hope that polar bear isn't still there. Crap. All right, I'm dead again. This is not ideal. Okay. I mean, yeah. GG's. All right, so this is why we have loads of sleeping bags around, all right? That was just really, really unfortunate. We're going to have to come back this way. We need to get to where we just died, right? Which was about here, and that is where our old body was. Now, if we can't get back to that, we're going to lose all of that gear. I could have shot that polar bear, killed him, but I didn't want anyone to know where I was. If I'd have fired, then people could have come out, could have heard me. That is a risky run when you're running at night like that. Polar bears, yeah, vicious. I had 39 HP as well, and then I spawned in naked, so not really much I can do about that. So what we're going to do is we're going to run with our hands up, saying we're surrendering. So if anyone sees us, we're going to hope they don't shoot us. We're actually naked, so we're cold, which isn't going to help either. It means we're going to start losing health. We also don't know where our death is, because that's the second death, not the first one. But we know it was in that area. So we're just going to go back, hunt, see if we can find. Now hopefully that whoever's on that base isn't going to bother us. We know it was by that rock. We know we're not too far away. We've got 170 seconds on a bag timer before we can respawn at that other one. So we need to be able to come in from this angle where hopefully... I was trying to drag the polar bear away a little bit. Oh my god, there's actually another base down there as well. That was... Oh yeah, that was the boat base that we saw. He's not out. There's no one else here at the moment. There's 33 players online. Seems like most of them are out in the snow. Okay, we're getting quite close. So it's approximately that blue marker, which I think is that rock here right in front of us. So it was somewhere around here that I died. Hold on. There I am. I'm going to pick this up. And away we go. Jeez, that was unlucky. And there's a guy up there. I don't even want to see that guy. He's upgrading his base, so that's fine. But by me trying to come this way, I'm hopefully putting a little bit between me and that guy. Who looks like he's more interested in upgrading and building his base than anything else. Now there is another guy here who I believe was online. Now I don't know if that's the same guy. I'm not sure. But the reason there's no nodes in this area is because him and him together have probably been farming all of them. Now I'm actually going to go this way rather than that way. I would normally go that way, but I want to keep some ground between me and Iceberg Guy. I don't know what to call him, so we're going to call him Iceberg Guy. I don't have any cloth on me or anything, so... Yeah, unfortunate situation with a polar bear twice, but we, yeah. At least we've got a little bit more health now. That's quite funny, because we had about 39 health before, and now we've got 56 where we've respawned. It says we're too cold, but we're actually all right. We just need to try and avoid everyone. So, as you can see, few players, few bases, a little bit of risk. Turns out not too bad. Now I can dive down here. I would be very, very, very unfortunate if there was a geared player running this way with me. Okay. There shouldn't be anyone around here. Also, I can see there's loads of stone down here. So I can come down here later and do this as well. I don't have any low grade on me. Otherwise, I could take that boat. Now we can climb these. They were designed to be climbed. There was a whole rework a while back with the mountains where they rebuilt them or reworked them so that you can climb them. There's always a path up. Any vertical surface, there's always a path up. You've got to find it. Right, there's some sulfur nodes over here. That's good to know. Some more wood. And there's our base. So we've got a little bit more to do. And if we can get back, that's going to be our third blueprint fragment. And our red key card. And our red key card is going to allow us to work on unlocked crates. So we can now go and farm the oil rig. And the oil rig is actually going to give us advanced blueprint fragments. But in order to do that, we really want our tier 2 workbench and better guns and med pens. So better gear, better guns, better meds. That's the focus before we go and do oil rig. To do airfield, relatively easy. It's just 3 scientists. As you saw, it can be done. We're back. We made it. A little bit of a drama, but we made it, and that's the main thing. We also got a backpack, which is huge. So now in our little box, we've got 3 blueprint fragments. We've got some more scrap. We also managed to pick up an SMG body, which we'll keep. We've got a red key card, we've got our blue key card, and we've got our green key card. And we've got 5 fuses. It's huge. 24 scrap each for them. So, put in the scrap that we've got with the other scrap here, and we're now able to finish this off, which means we can do satchels. All right. We can do fire arrows if we want. They're only 15, so that's not a bad thing to unlock if we want to craft fire arrows to go and raid wooden doors. I want to get some blades because then I can go and farm that other guy's base. I also want to expand and extend our base. Something else I want to be able to do. So, all right, we've got some stuff we want to research. So we want to research bullets because that's huge to find those. Being able to do that. We've got some other stuff there. Got that as well. Cool. Some more pistol bullets. So, do you know what? Overall, a decent run. Got some decent gear. We're in a better position now. We still need, however, a few more of those fragments. We need another 2 fragments. And we also need to upgrade our base, right? So one of the goals at the moment is being able to upgrade our base. We'll take some nails out with us as well. Take some bullets out with us. We can leave the backpack for now. We don't need that. All right. Do we have enough wood? Yes, we do. What we need, though, is that stone, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to take out our pickaxe. We'll take the hatchet as well. We're not going to take the scrap with us, obviously. We'll leave that behind. We don't really need much wood. But we do need some stone. The stone's been a little bit elusive on the left side. There is actually one over here. We'll grab that one there. Then we'll grab that one there. And there's a metal one over there as well. Great. All right, we'll do that. There'll be our 3 nodes. I'm hoping this area is quiet. We can also go back to the ferry terminal. That should have also now reset. I'm not going to bother with that ball. We can do. I've got enough leather for now. I've got enough low grade for now. Oh, I didn't heal up. That was a mistake on my part. I should be at 100% health. So I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll kill this guy. And the reason I'm going to do that is to get the cloth. Oh, I'm only making 2. That's not really worth it, but whatever. That's fine. I just want this stone. Now I could really give away a lot of gear here because I'm 1 hit from dying. A good way to get food to heal is going to be to run along the riverbank. There we go. Look, we can see there's some pumpkins down there. All right, let's go grab those pumpkins, heal up. I don't remember seeing that train there before. Maybe I did. Just looking out for players. Loads of stone and stuff up there. That's good. Just keep an eye on where we can farm. Right, 2 of these. We'll just eat those. Good. Nice. Right, so I want a little bit of metal, so I'll grab that. Gonna put these down on the floor. All right, we'll get a little bit more wood. Oh, that should be enough for a start grade. There's a bear over there. See him? The bear keeps respawning, so that's good. We'll just leave him. We'll farm him later if we need to, but that's a great source of leather for us and cloth. So if we do fall short, anything we fall short on, obviously we can farm it. But for now, we're pretty solid. We've got everything we need. We're being left alone, which is all we could ask for. All right. So now we're going to go and run that puzzle again at Ferry Terminal. And then we're going to come back and upgrade our base. So, just keeping this, we always want to keep this running. This always should be running. So what we're going to do right now is turn that back on. Get rid of that stuff. This as well. Now we don't need to run this at the moment, but can't eat that. We'll keep some bandages with us. We'll take that out for now, and we just want to take our green key card, which, by the way, only has a certain amount of uses. Right, and oh, there we go. So we've got these patterns now that we're just looping at the moment. It's a grind. So we know in order to get blueprint frags, we've got the ferry terminal. We also know that after the ferry terminal, we can do the airfield. We can alternate between them. If we get lucky, we can pick up a lot of frags. You get 2 at the airfield, so just 2 airfield runs and 1 ferry run. And you need to do the ferry run to get the blue card to do the airport. So if you can do 2 airfield runs, you're great. Normally, you can slip into the airfield because new players don't typically like to do it at the start. They're a little bit nervous of bigger players, bigger clans. This is a solo-only server, though. Oh, God, there's wolves. I'm wondering if I can avoid the wolves. Yep, they don't look that bothered. I'm going to stay ducked down. Oh, they're eating. They've just killed a chicken. Right, we turn that on. no one on the recycler. Boxes up. We'll do the boxes on the way back. We're going to get that next frag, hopefully. Looking on top, looking on right, looking behind, looking to the left. Boom. Another key card, another solar panel. And we're out. We're not going to waste our time with any barrels. We'll get crates if we see them. But again, right now we're just trying to get back. There is a box down there. We will get that one. There's not one in there. Grab that one. We'll grab this one. Oh. Water pipe is nice. Lovely. All right. There's nothing over there, so we don't need to do that. But now we've got 4. So we now either need one more airport run or one more ferry terminal run. And then we have ourselves our next workbench, our tier 2. So we were hoping to do this within 3 hours. We just got our trousers, which are good. We can research those now. Now we know the wolves are over here, but they shouldn't bother us. We're not looking to get into a fight with anyone. We don't want to lose our gear. We're not looking to farm. We're not looking to get distracted. We're not looking to make any noise. We're just quietly looking to get back to our base and deposit or depot our keycard, our fragment. All right, so we're on 4. No PvP. I mean, okay, there was a guy that we killed earlier, but that doesn't really count. Overall, no real PvP, no real fighting. We haven't had to upgrade our base. We haven't really done anything else at the moment. We have just been progressively working towards the next step so that we're not homeless. Chit shack first. Basic tools first. Yep. Stone hatchet. Stone pickaxe. Bow and arrow. Using, if we need to, the outpost to be able to get ahead. And from there, being able to get ourselves a position where we can say, okay, do you know what? We're doing okay. We've got what we need to be able to progress. Now, I want to be able to build, and I don't know what it's going to take, I can't remember, a research table. So if I just type in research table, there we go. Wait, hold on. No, that can't be it. It's not 15 cloth, surely. No. Right, so I'm going to make that. I also want to upgrade my base. So I'm going to take out these items with this and these. Cool. Right, I've got a bit of stuff on me now, so I want to be careful. What I'm going to do is I'm first of all going to put down a square in front of me, right? Then I'm going to open the door. Oh my God. I'm dropping everything because let me just chuck the stuff over here that's important that I want to keep. And then, yeah, I'll keep that there for a minute. Just for a minute. All right. I can also just like dump the rest of the stuff that I don't care for at the moment, right? So that, for example, can go in there. I'm going to keep the stone and the wood on me. Okay, so I've got all that. And then anything else I don't care for at the moment that I want to keep safe can just stay in there. Cool. All right, we're good. So I've already got my square. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to build that. I can shut the door if I want to, just in case I'm worried. But what I'm going to do is square, triangle, triangle, square. And then I'm going to fill it up there like that. Now I'm just going to come around and I'm going to build a wall. I'm going to build that wall all the way around. And then I'm going to upgrade the whole thing to stone. You might think, but Steve, you've just blocked yourself in. Now you have no way out. Yes, that was the idea. We want to create a little area like this. And then what we're going to do is a half wall and a floor triangle. Then we can go ahead and build a normal wall, which we'll put in here like so. Right, and that will go like that. We can do another one, which we'll do this way. This will then become a door. This will also then become a door. We'll take out this that we built. And then this, like we did before, will become a door. All right, what we're then going to do is we're going to build up here. This is going to become a wall. And so is this. And this is going to become a wall frame. This, that. All right, so now we've got a little chute. We'll put a floor here. We'll put a floor here. And we'll put a triangle here. And the only thing I didn't do was put a triangle on there. We'll do that one as well. All right, that's our base. Now what we need to do is go around and turn the whole thing into stone. So we can do that. We don't really have much stone, so we're going to have to go back and get some more. Yeah. But we do have enough. Not in there though. But we have enough, so we just need to... No, we'll do that for now, that's fine. Because if I can just finish off the outside bit, like after that and that. Okay, that's done. So the only other bits to do now are the inside bits. Oh, and of course, the roof area, right? So that triangle, that square, and then we want to do that. So we need 150 for that and a little bit more for that. So let me just see. I don't know if we've got enough. Maybe. I might just need to go and get some more stone, right? Because what I want now, if I jump into the roof, is this one here. Yes, done. Okay, great. So everything's done on the outside. We had just enough stone. Now our base is decaying. We've got 72 left. Let's build another metal door with another key lock. All right, and then that's all the wood. We don't need any more wood. We don't need any more metal fragments. We don't need our tools anymore. Oh, yes we do, sorry. We still need another... do you know what? I'll just take a little bit more wood. Just a little bit. And the reason for that is because now we need a way to get back in. All right, so now we've got a way to get out. Put our door on. We'll put our key lock on as soon as it's finished being built. And then all we need, okay, is to open this up. Great. All right, so that's progress so far. We've made good progress. Now what we want to be able to do is ensure that we have a way to get up onto our roof, okay? So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to come down here and we're going to put a triangle foundation there, a triangle there, and a triangle here. And this one is going to have a roof triangle like this. And that's it for now. So the middle one there, okay? So that's how we do it. So it's a triangle, 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 and the middle one has a roof up. And that's it. Now we've got an airlock. We can also break that if we need to when we go offline. It's not a hugely successful or strong base. It can be raided quite easily at the moment, but we've upgraded, and that's the main thing. Now I can take my research table with my scrap that I wanted, and now I'm able to learn my trousers, and I can also learn a pistol bullet. No, I can't. I don't have enough scrap for that at the moment, so I need to get some more scrap in order to be able to learn the pistol bullet. But that will come later. So now in here, I can just put this research desk for now, just as like a temporary thing. Put the clothes in there that I want to learn, use the scrap, research it. I'll lose the item, but now I can craft it. And instead of costing me like 105 scrap, it's only cost me 30. So I've saved some money, because the other items, I just don't need them. All right, that's it. Our base is upgraded. We obviously need to go farming now. That's going to be important. So we need to go and get some more stone. I need to make another metal door, a couple more metal doors. We need to get our tier 2 blueprint. But whilst we're waiting for the monument to reset, we've got a little bit of time, right? So what we're going to do instead, now we're waiting for that monument, is we're going to go and farm. So we'll take our basic gear with us, and we'll take our pickaxe. We don't need wood, so we'll just take the pickaxe. Do you know what? We'll always take a hatchet with us anyway. I mean, why not? We've got enough of this. That's fine. We've got enough of this. All right, we're good. The only thing we haven't got is heels. We should always make sure we're taking heels with us. I'll take that. And I'll take a little bit of food. All right. Nice. There we go. So we've got everything we need. Do we lock the base up? Out we go. So we need stone. Oh my god. Stone, and we need metal frags, right? That is our objective. So we're not really fighting. We could go and make plays. It's quite easy for us now to be able to build new kits if we need to. So if we were worried about dying, all we need to do is farm up a few sets of kits, and then if we do die, we just stick another kit on and say, do you know what? It's okay that we lost that. GG. What you don't want is to get what William calls rock locked. You don't want to get into a situation where you're back to a rock. At this stage, even if we die, we just respawn in our base, pick up another set of gear, and crack on. And that's kind of where we want to get to. Now, that guy's either quit, or if he hasn't quit, he's just decided not to upgrade. I haven't seen him online. There's a good chance he's not online. So we want to clear this base out. Right, we want to get rid of that guy. Right, there's another stone here. We'll grab this. This is good because we do need quite a lot of stone, and there is quite a bit here, which is nice. Because no one else is farming this area, because these nodes are here, I've got a feeling that guy's not in his base. I could be wrong. I don't think he's here. Alright. Couple over here, we'll grab these. Bit of sulfur. And we'll start to make some explosives. Now, if we start to raid... If we decide to start to raid, we're going to definitely cause a bit of noise. And people are going to want to come and experience that and be like, what the hell is that? So, we're going to want to raid quickly and get in and get out again. Now, we can eco-raid. An eco-raid means we just need to sit and hit the door with swords. It's going to take quite a few swords. If we go and get some metal blades and don't recycle them... Because here's the other thing, we don't need to recycle everything now. At the start, you recycle everything because it's possible that... Well, it's definitely... It's possible you're gonna find something you can research, but until you've got your workbench down and you've researched everything, you're not going to be able to use anything. You're not going to be able to use road signs, sewing kits, none of that stuff. Not till tier 2. You're not going to get there straight away. Yes, metal blades, you might find a sword and want to use that. But overall, the scrap's more important so that you can research stuff. So you're just researching or recycling everything at the start, bar a couple of items, like I mentioned, a pipe, just little things that you're going to need when you're getting started just to get you ahead. Otherwise, everything else gets recycled. Now, we're not in that early stage where we're struggling. We've got a base now, we've upgraded it, we're doing okay. We still need some more scrap. We need our tier 2. We want to start looking at electricity. And so for electricity, we need a solar panel. So we have to think, what's our next goal? Tier 2 workbench, as we know, that's a focus. Okay. The next thing that I want is electricity. So that I can create electric furnaces and I can start smelting stuff 24/7 without the need for wood. Because that's going to make life easier because then I'm farming just nodes and not wood. I also want to go out and get my jackhammer, but I'm not hitting them with this pickaxe. So at the moment, in order to get a solar panel, either I need to find one, which I have, or I need to save up one tech trash. So when you're recycling, you find tech trash, just keep one. Keep one by in case you need it. But I don't need it because I've already got one. So and I've got a large battery as well, by the way, which is huge. Huge to have that. So that large battery, by the way, we can put that down now. That large battery is going to live just here, actually. So what we're going to do is grab our trusted hammer. And because we've got loads of stone now, we can pick this up. Don't need it anymore. And what we're going to do is we're going to put this battery down. Now, we wouldn't normally have a large battery. This is, yeah, kind of a rare thing to have. But we're going to put this down just here. That now lives there. We can keep the research table out. We'll just spin it around like this. That can live there. All right, this room's done. Let's upgrade this. Now, look, more players are joining. 34 players now. But we're good. We're in a really solid place. Now we can make another metal door to put on here. That's going to obviously need some metal fragments, so we can do that. But we can go ahead and make 2 of these. And with a little bit of wood, we can go ahead and make 2 more key locks. Cool. All right. We're good. we're good. We're in a solid place. We can also now make a barbecue. So if we type in barbecue, we can make one of these. No, there's definitely not scrap needed for that. That was a mistake. There we go. So we can craft that. And we can also craft one extra small box. All right. And we can put a lock on it, because it's just good to have a lock on a box. I think we upgraded all of... Yeah, so everything here is done. Yes, that's all done. Good. All right. So the wood can go in. Sorry, the stone can go in, the wood can go in, the cloth can go in. We need more furnaces. All right, because we've run out of furnaces now, so let's take out the low-grade stone. We'll build 2 more furnaces. And now we're going to up our production. Out here, underneath this, we're going to put our barbecue. Okay, so that's going to stay just here. We're going to stick it kind of against the wall there, and then we'll just stick it, just sits under there. And then this box, well, this box can kind of just, if we get under here, sit under there, and then we can put a key lock on there as well. Nice. We've got our 2 metal doors that we talked about. So we can put those down. We'll put the first one down here like so, with a lock on it. We've got our furnaces. So our first furnace is going to go just here, inside this door. This furnace now, this one we can remove. I mean, it can stay there, it's fine, but just for convenience, we're going to move it, put them all together. Now this becomes our little furnace room. So we can put our second furnace down just here, and we will be able to fit a third furnace just here. So now we've got our 3 furnaces. So now what we can do is that can go in there. Sorry. Yeah. That can go in there like so. This one can go in here like so. And this one can go in here like so. Nice. Now we need wood. We want to keep all 3 furnaces burning all the time, right? So we need to have a little bit more wood. I don't think... Okay, so now we know wood is the next thing on our list to go and acquire. We can also put another door down here. That was a mistake to do that. That should have gone the other way. So let me do that. Just going to take this key lock off. Remove that. Open this door. Okay, and I'm going to put this on the other way around. Great. Okay, so that's now done. So now we've got this. We can get in here if we need to. That's perfect. Now, if you don't have a large battery, and that's okay because you probably won't to start with, a small battery works just as well. And for a small battery, I would put it on top of the tool cupboard. You'll just need to remove this crate to get up there. So that's fine. Take the door off, take these out, climb up here, and you can put it up there. That's something which I'll do later. I'm not going to use that for now. That's fine. Okay. All right, so we want to make sure we've got enough wood burning, so that's good. We'll keep that going there and there. And then for this one as well, keep that burning. So we know we need to go out and get wood. We can do that. We've got enough metal fragments. That's great. Keep them in there. That's safe. Base is protected, right? Everything now is done. We're good. We don't need any more ore, but it would help to get some. It's not a bad idea. But we need wood more than anything right now. Okay, so wood is kind of our goal. So we're going to pop back out real quick. We're going to grab a little bit of wood. And again, if anyone gets in here and opens this door, if someone's there and they shoot me, they're only going to get into the area. The only thing they're going to steal is my food. And do you know what? If they steal my food, they probably need it more than I do. So we're going to head out and we're going to look for some more wood. Now we can start hitting trees and we will have to do that soon. But for now, if we're still in this area and nobody's been claiming it, and we've still got those little piles, we'll take those out. There's loads of sulfur still, which is good. Okay, 3 sulfur still. There's 2 rock. There's so much here. 2 more stone. Really good nodes. Sometimes the scientists on the road, if you see them, they drop fragments. So you absolutely, or key cards. You absolutely want to shoot them if you see them. I don't mind running down the road now because I feel a little bit stronger. That being said, I did tell you at the start, I'm kind of the guy that would give my gear away. Look at all these nodes that we can farm. Right, we definitely need the jackhammer. That's an absolute must for us. There's more nodes over there that we can farm. More here. Right, so lots of more there. There's so many nodes. This is a fantastic spawn. And nobody's farming it. Okay. So to get the jackhammer, we have to go and kill a shark. We have to go to the fishing village. So the nearest fishing village is a long way away. That is the downside to where we are. But we can take the boat with some low grade and we can go over there and do that. That would be one task. And then we can go fishing in the boat. Be a pretty cool thing to do. That way, if we kill a shark, we need a spear gun to kill a shark. So we have to research a spear gun. We have to go and do Ferry Terminal, do a scrap run. We also need to go and get our next blueprint frag, which it should have reset by now. But I think we can go and do that last one. We're just at 3 hours now, so that is exactly the time we want it to be at. All right, we've got some spare wood, which we needed. So that's the wood done. Everything else that we needed is there. All of the other stuff we can just leave hold for now. All right, including cloth and other things like that. We're going to take out with us the green key card, which has like 1 use left, and 1 of these. All right, and then we're going to take out a salvaged hammer. All right, we don't really need anything else. And anything that we want to recycle as well. We're going to keep the gears now because we're going to start saving up towards garage doors. We actually need that as well. These we can get rid of for now. We don't need them. All right, anything else that's crap that we don't need right now that we can go and get rid of. It's fine. We don't need the food. We'll just leave the food there for a minute. That can go. We don't need that. Don't really need the pipes anymore. We'll keep the semi-automatic body because they're quite rare. We'll use that. We'll keep the springs. We're keeping that. We don't really want the bear trap. We can put it down, but that's fine. Otherwise, yeah, everything else we're going to keep. That's fine. Everything else there can go. We don't need it. Don't even want the compound bow. We're never going to use it. We're not going to use that. All right. We're not going to use the mace. Or that. All right, we want to make swords. So we want to find metal. We want to find metal plates now, right? We're getting them from barrels normally. So. Let's go. Last run. Last run. We'll get that fragment. We'll hit some barrels. Now, hitting the barrels could be... we might want to do the barrels first. And then the boxes. Doing them together. If we get the fragment and lose it, we've got to go and get another green key card. So that could be a bit of a challenge. Also a boat here that we can take. They do spawn on the beach. So here we go. If we can't do the green key card because it's resetting, it hasn't reset yet, we might not have left enough time, then we can go and do barrels instead. But we can pretty much assume that most players now that are running around here are going to have guns. Everyone should pretty much be running around. Ah, see, that's already turned on, which means it's still resetting. That means for us right now, that's a no-go. However, the crates are here. And the barrels are here. All right, we're going to recycle. Military crate. Tech trash, that's huge. We don't need it because we've already got one. Okay. Rope's okay, but we don't really want rope. We want metal plates. Metal blades. There we go. There's one. There's two. Perfect. We want quite a few of those because it's one metal blade for a sword. We're going to need a lot of swords. We're going to get rid of that and that. Get rid of those as well. There's nothing around here. Means interesting. They've been taken recently. Okay. Another propane tank. We don't need another one. Still looking for players. Getting loads and loads of scrap out of this. Just listening out, trying to be as alert and aware as we can. We know a player's been here because unless that was from us, and that's why that puzzle's on cooldown, I'm not sure. Right, just looking at the other things that we want to get rid of. Claim all that, that and that and that can go. And that. People could be watching us in the bush there. Over the back, they could be anywhere. Or they could be nowhere. We could be absolutely paranoid for no reason whatsoever, because that is what Rust does to you. We'll keep the cog. Nice. I'm not actually that bothered about the stuff that's left. I'll come back and get it in a bit. We can do a component run down on the platform as well. That is possible for us. That's a chainsaw, which is absolutely huge. All right. We kind of want to get that chainsaw home. Snow jacket, also good. More cogs, also good. Alright. Is there one in here? No. Do believe that's most of it. Let's head back. We're going to leave everything else. We've got the chainsaw. We want to get that back because that's a huge win. Saves us crafting one. Not that we need the wood at the moment. I think that wood at the moment is completely broken from those starter blocks that we those starter piles that we can get. Had it not been for those, and by the way, when they run out, then we will start need to hitting trees, and that's when we'll need this. Alright, it's about to become night time. I was really hoping we could have got our last fragment there and got our tier 2, but it's not to be. But that's okay. We're going to get that at the start of the next video. But within 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours, you should be able to acquire a tier. We could go back up to Airfield and do it that way. We can go to any other monument, so we don't have to do this monument. We can go to any monument. We can also get a horse so we can run around a lot faster. We're doing a lot of running back and forth at the moment, and a horse would just make our life a lot easier. We need to go and grab that stone. That is one thing we want to do. I wanted to kind of get to tier 2 before we went and got the stone. Sadly, I wasn't able to, but the metal frags, good. Other items here, good. We can actually, by the way, look at the scrap. We've now got 430 scrap. There's nothing else we want to... We could potentially learn this for 15 and this for 60. Ladders are huge if we want to go raiding. Otherwise, we've got the pants. We've got everything else done. We can do this as well. This is... if we want to do this, this is another good one to have. And I guess if we really wanted to, we could do this. So we've got the shotgun trap, but that we're going to need gears, ropes, metal frags, and wood, which we've got, by the way. So for this, we just need wood and metal frags, which we, again, have. So now I can craft myself. I'll come back over here. I can make myself a shotgun trap. So if I craft myself a shotgun trap, then I'm going to need some stone and some gunpowder. I've got some gunpowder. I'll take some stone. I can now make myself some handmade shells, so to make myself like 10 of those. All right, put everything else back that I don't need. And now I've got myself a shotgun trap, which is a small amount of defense for my base. But that sits in here very nicely. So we'll just chuck that right there. Open this up and we put in the shells that we've got. There we go. So now if someone does come down here, they go, haha, they killed me, they jump down, bang, bang. This kills them. So that's the idea, is to have that. And it will only shoot people that are not authorized. So as long as you're authorized on your base, you won't get shot. Good to know. All right, that's done. It's got the shells in there. So I've got a little form of defense. Not a lot, but a little bit. Okay, everything else is done. Spear gun, we do want to get down to the spear gun as well. I think I just put the scrap away. I did. So in order to get a spear gun, we're going to have to go from... Now, if we want to do hot air balloon, by the way, we can do this, armor for the hot air balloon. But we can go for this, and then the kayak, and then the spear gun, and the spears. So metal fragments for these, but this is metal fragments and an empty propane tank. We've got the empty propane tank. So now all I need is the metal fragments. And I can go ahead and make myself a spear gun, and a spear. So I can do that. Also, with metal fragments, by the way, because I'm going to need a lot of these at the moment, I can go ahead and make myself some swords. So a salvage sword, I'm going to use those blades up. I can do that. It's getting quite close to night time now, so what I can do whilst I'm waiting for that to refresh, everything else is there just chilling because we don't need to worry too much. Oh, I've got a tuna can lamp, which, by the way, I can, if I wanted to, put on the wall there for now. It's quite cool. That means at night time I'll be able to see. Get rid of everything else. The spears and the spear gun we don't need at the moment, so we'll leave that there because that's a tomorrow problem. These items, which are for crafting, but I don't want at the moment. Oh, I forgot to get rid of that. Cool. Okay. I feel like we've got a decent amount of stuff, right? I can take out the hatchet, the swords. I can leave everything else here. Don't even want the gun. I mean, I could potentially take out a nail gun, right? I'm even going to leave all my clothes behind. I'm going to, at this stage, leave everything behind. And it's night time. So I'm going to head out. All the furnaces are still burning. That's great. So my next job is going to be to head over to that base and start to raid it. Now, it's going to take a while. I'm going to eco-raid it, which means that because it's a wooden door, I'm not going to waste explosives. One, because of the noise it will make, and there's a couple of bases nearby. I don't want to draw their attention to me just yet. I also need to upkeep this. As you can see, this is starting to run down, so I'm going to have to come with some wood and a hammer and just upgrade that. I could do a tool cupboard if I wanted to. So I'll put a tool cupboard on one of those. As long as it's connected to the foundation, put a bit of wood in there, that'll upkeep. Right, so I don't even know if this guy's here. I don't know. I'm going to go and have a look. I can't remember where his base was. I think I went a little bit too far. Felt like it was a lot closer to this rock, right? No? Maybe I was wrong. It's got so dark, I can't remember where that base was now. I can't even see it silhouetting. There it is. Wow, okay. So yeah, we're just going to hit this. It is going to take some time. So to give you an idea, as we hit this and we do damage to it, there we go. So that's 10, and that's one whole sword, by the way. So one whole sword, because one swing does about 1 damage, roughly. All right, and so we get about 20 swings, roughly, from the sword. Roughly. All right, that's broken. So now we can do the next one. So, all right, 25 we get. So that means it's going to take 8 swords. Now, if we don't have 8 swords, what we can do is we can repair these and keep using them. If we don't have any blades to keep using them. A sword is probably the best way to raid. We are making a little bit of noise, but the chances of someone being out here are very slim. We've also got the hatchet we can go through. We could bring a repair table out here, and we can just keep repairing them and doing this. That's another way to do it. But there we go. 2 swords, approximately a quarter of the door. The hatchet, as you can see, not really doing as much damage. So not really worth it. So only the swords really work in that situation. There's other things that we can do. Fire arrows, but we need the fire to burn, and yeah, a bit of a challenge with that. So we need 8 swords, but every time you repair it, you get a little bit less back from it. So bearing that in mind as well. So now we know it's going to take approximately 10 swords with repairs. We weren't ideally wanted to make 3, but we only had the blades to make 2. So now we're going to go make a repair bench, take a hammer with us, so we can pick it up afterwards. And yeah, that is going to be our next goal. So, heading back, because again, it's night time. We could do a couple of swords, and then we could obviously do explosives if we want to, like a satchel charge. That is another option. What we're trying, and there's probably going to be another door we've got to go through as well. So in terms of crafting, if we type in repair table, this is just 125 metal fragments, all right, is all that's going to need. So the reason I did this here was because now if I do a repair table, in order to repair this, this is going to need something to be repaired. It's going to need metal fragments, right? So I'm going to need to keep those metal fragments with me. I think I just heard somebody. Unless it was me. Right, so if I put this down, like this, put this inside it, it's going to take 9 to repair it. But look at the damage it's done, right? So now I'm just not going to get that same amount of repair from this. Which is why I really need more of those metal blades. But I don't actually have any at the moment. So yeah, that's just a shame. I could do, because I've got fire now, fire arrows, I can take with me a bow and arrow. Oh, I don't have a bow. Okay. Let me craft a new bow. And I can make some fire arrows as well, and I can show you how that works. For that, though, it looks like I'm going to need bow, some low grade. So just make a little bit of low grade, and then, yeah. Once I've got the low grade, I can make some fire arrows, but they're going to be, you're going to see them, which is going to be a bit of a problem. So I don't need that many metal fragments. Leave that behind. I'm going to take that with me. Good. Don't need any of that. Got my low grade, so that's going to make these fire arrows. Oh, I didn't, I don't think I've researched. No, I need 15 scrap for that. Alright, so let's just learn these fire arrows. Let's do that. Cool. Now, if we had a flamethrower, that would be amazing. And you can get them from military bait crates. So, had we have got a flamethrower, amazing. Also, a chainsaw. Goes through wood really well. So, we could use the chainsaw on the door as well, is another option. But I'm not going to be doing that. That's not the way we're doing this, not right now. So, okay. Everything there's done. There's 36 players online, so there's more players now. Alright, we've got everything we need. We're going to craft those arrows, weren't we? So, let's go ahead and... some wood and some low grade. And I think we need some cloth as well, right? Yes, a little bit of cloth as well. As you can see, though, we've got enough to do this, right? So... Right, we'll do that. That's going to use quite a lot of low grade, so don't want to get in a habit of using that if we don't have to, right? Okay. So now we're heading back. We're in a much better position to be able to do this or finish this raid off. There's an airdrop, which, to be fair, yeah, it's probably over there. Good luck. Not even looking to go for that. Let the Chads and the PvPers fight each other out for that. Now we're not going to be able to put this down on top of this guy's base because we don't have permission to build here, right? So we need to go out where his door is. His door's there. We turn around. We go out until it lets us build. There. Alright, we'll put that down there. Wait, what? Did I just run past his door? Wait, what? Oh, it's there. Okay. So we can carry on. Again, the other thing we can do here is fire arrows. So if we look at the moment, we're at 145, right? If we do a fire arrow, that's now 141. So that's done 4 damage. But look, it's made a lot of... at night, it makes a lot of light. It's at 105 now. So fire arrows, they take a lot of low grade. Now that burn could do tick damage, but because of where the door is, it's bouncing off, it's not working. So if you're doing a tool cupboard or something, you'd fire it above the tool cupboard and you'd let it tick away, so the flame would drop down. In this instance, not really worth it. And also, because it's night, we don't really want to draw attention to ourselves. So we're almost through this first door, but it's eco raid. We'll see what the second door has to offer. But we'll go through the second door and then we'll have tool cupboard as well. Now, I'm assuming he's got an airlock, because any sensible player will build an airlock for this exact reason, right? Alright, down to 70. It's going to be morning soon, so we can see what we're doing. Repair that one. Repair that one. And away we go. Swords are definitely the best way to do this. Or flamethrowers. Flamethrowers are great as well. Chainsaw works. But it is the most eco-friendly and also efficient way to raid. Because when you're raiding a base, you're doing it for one of two reasons. Either you want their resources, or you want to remove them from the area. Or you're just having fun, I guess. It depends. But ultimately, for me, I'm not really bothered about resources here. I don't think there's going to be many. But I'd like to remove the base from the player coming back and growing and causing me a problem in the area. Sometimes you can have friendly neighbours. Sometimes you can be nice to people. It depends. This is not helping us to progress, obviously. We still need to go back to that monument. But hey, dude. I mean, GG. I've got nothing on me, man. You can, there's a repair bench behind you if you want to carry on, but I'm just, yeah. I'm just naked, man. You good? If you pick me up, I'll help you. Dude, pick me up, I'll help you. Dude, pick me up. Oh, I stood up. Give me a sword. Give me a sword. I'll help you. All right. No, he's going to do that instead. So he's got a gun, right? So I can go back and kill him now. What we can do, if we think about where I just spawned, right, there. Now that guy is obviously raiding me, right, but he doesn't know. So what I can do now, I guarantee this is going to work, and I don't mind losing this. Oh, I don't want to take that bit off, so. But look, I know where he is, right? I know what he's doing, I know where he is. I don't know how he found me, he must have been running across. He's got a gun on him, obviously. So now, if I can counter this raid, because he's obviously going to be hitting that. So I need to be very careful, very quiet. He's repairing. I'm going to wait until I can hear him hitting. Dude, why did you, why why? Got my fragment that I needed. Got my clothes. Alright, let's get back. So he was running with a Revy. That's what he killed me with. Because we had a Revy, we were able to kill him. We did get the headshot, which we wanted. That first headshot was what we wanted there. Don't know where he come from. Don't know what he was doing. But you know what? We got our 5th blueprint fragment. And we got his Revy. And we got all of our stuff back. So we got some scrap, some sulfur, a green card, and a blue card. So he's obviously just done the puzzle. Do you know what? I'll take that as a win. Could have been nice to me. I would have helped him with a raid. He wasn't interested. So whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rust. This is what the game is all about. But look, we got our tier 2 now, so that's fantastic. Also, we're gonna just drop those gears off for now because we don't want them. The problem that we've got now is actually not a problem, but you know, what we're trying to deal with right now is we don't have. There's no. Okay, I can take that out. There's no space. That's my biggest problem right now. There's no space. So I want to keep a lot of this stuff here for now. That can stay in there. All right, then in here, that can stay. Cool. That's all good. And then, do you know what? Over here, that. Pretty much just everything I don't want that guy to have, right? In terms of metal fragments, He'll obviously be coming back. He knows where I was. Now, I don't really want to tell him where my base is, and I don't know if he's seen it or not. If he sees me coming from this direction, he's going to know. And he might be scouting it out, because he's going to be waiting for me to come back and do that. He's obviously just done. So I'm going to take a different path back, so that he's not going to assume. Because if I run over there from this direction and he sees me, then he's going to know that my base is in that direction, and I could be raided next. And I don't want to draw any unnecessary attention to myself for no reason. I'm just using these up because I can. Oh crap. Didn't mean to have them bullets on me. I'm going to get rid of them. So I'm actually going to come back in this direction. Now this guy's going to come back. He will. He'll come back and raid me. Or counter the raid again. And that's cool, because I got a set of gear off him. And a blueprint frag. So, for me, that was huge. I don't even know what the player's name was. Karina. Alright, so. Not expecting to be able to do this without dying, but you know what? That's rust. And also why it's important to have kits nearby. It was Wilson. Huh. Oh my god, it's open. What the hell? Okay, I need to build a door and a key lock as quickly as I can. I need to do this before this guy gets back. Oh, I need a key lock. Ah, sad. Sad. Same guy. If I could have just got that down. Right, I can try and kill him one more time. It's going to be worth it, right? I knew he was coming back. Oh, if I could have just built that door quicker. If I could have built that door quicker. He had a bit of stuff on him as well. That was Wilson. I killed Wilson earlier. He'd come back fully geared, ready for that, but he's quite a way away. Which means I think he's one of them bases over the back. I think he's already left. I'm pretty sure he's gone. GG. All right. Well, it didn't cost us that much, do you know? Think about what we lost in that. It actually wasn't that much. Poor Wilson has no idea what's going on. He's locked in his base now and can't get out. Ah, he had no airlock and he had no key on here. Now it's a shame that we lost that stuff, but whatever. The fact that I didn't see that guy, it means he ran the other way. So he was running from Ferry Terminal with his blue card. He was running back home when he saw me. So he's in one of those bases over there. So I know, Karina, I can go over there now naked, see one of those bases in the snow, find out which one's theirs. But now I know I've got a neighbour. That would have been a nice bit of resource to have picked up there from that base. That was a nice friendly eco raid. At the end of the day, I didn't lose anything out of that. I didn't lose anything because I managed to depot all of his kit that he had. I got the blueprint frag for the tier 2. I got his revolver. I didn't take a revolver back with me when I went back over there. So I went back over there and I still managed to get a little bit of stuff. Not a lot, but a little bit of stuff. So overall, that was a win because the only objective I had was to remove that base. And I did that. It's just a bit sad that I didn't get the loot out of it as a result. But you know what? It's fine. That happens. So let's just finish this off. And this was the whole purpose of today, being that we wanted to do 3 hours with a little bit extra. But what do we need to craft our tier 2? Because the workbench was what we were aiming for, right? Workbench level 2. 500 metal frags and 20 high quality. Well, we have that. So here we go. Workbench level 2. There we go. Very simple, very easy, very nice. We've now built that. That's done. And as a result, we can put that down. And what I'm going to do is actually, I could place it in here. This is like the main room. Now, the problem is if you lose your tier 2 workbench, right, if someone gets in here and raids this and takes this workbench, yeah, that can be a bit of a hassle. But they're going to try and find tool cupboard. So I put this down here. It's currently one door for that. But now I've got level 2, right? And that was huge and what I wanted. So grabbing all of the scrap that I can. And I do believe there's a decent... No, I need to go and get some more scrap. So I don't have enough scrap at the moment, which means I need to do a couple more runs to be able to do that. But the things that I want to be able to learn are, as quickly as I possibly can, med pens. That's first and foremost. Second thing, garage doors. Right, it's 240 to get to garage doors. And I can go this way. So I can go unlock, salvaged axe. I need 60 for that. And then I can do salvaged ice pick, which is much better for ore gathering. 5 metal blades and a metal pipe. So I need those metal blades to be able to pick this up. This is next for me. So I need metal blades. Always going to save those. For this, I need low-grade fuel. So low-grade fuel, metal blades, and gears. All right? Always having a plan forward. And that is what we're going to be doing next. Because we want to get to that stage before we log off. And the reason we want to be able to do that is because if we log off and we haven't done that, well, there's a good chance we're going to get raided, right? So I need to put some honeycomb on my base. That's absolutely vital. So in order to do that, we need a little bit of wood. I don't really have anything else on me, so that's cool. So I'm just going to dump that stuff there. Right, I'm going to go outside now. I want to be able to upgrade this straight away. I want to be able to upgrade this straight away to stone. And I can't do that at the moment. So what I need to do is make sure that as this base goes down, triangle there, triangle there, triangle here. Okay, and then what we're going to do is a triangle goes here. Now we can't do a triangle here as a result. So this one's going to have to be a square. Triangle here. Triangle there. And we've got the triangle on the other two sides. Now remember, when we started, this is where our tool cupboard was, right? So this is our tool cupboard here in this door. And so we want to make sure that that's protected and as well protected as can be. So what we're going to do is to confuse them, we're going to build an additional 2 airlocks here. And hopefully that confuses what it is that we're doing. All right, then what we want to do is we want to build these walls around. So this is where we're going to need to go and get some stone. Oh, made a mistake there. That one goes there. That one actually goes there. Actually, no, that one's fine. There and there. And then this one, but when I do this one, I'll lock this one in later. All right, and then we can do this one here. And this one's a little bit trickier, but we can do it. This one here. And then we can do this one here and this one here. That's it. Right. The next part of what we're going to do is going to be putting these on. All right, that's the honeycomb complete. Now we need to upgrade all of that. Every single part of that now needs to be upgraded to stone. And then the honeycomb is complete. And then we need garage doors. And then we are confident at that point to be able to log off. So we can go through and do a lot of this. We can't really do all of it. We don't really need that much stone at the moment, but we will do once we upgrade this. So let's see what we can do. Knowing that where we come out from, this is the tool cupboard here, right? This one. So this is the first one we want to do. Actually, I need to get inside to do that, or at least up top. There we go. All right, so that's the tool cupboard done there. That one should actually be rotated. There we go, perfect. So now that is secure, right? In terms of, if we think about this is our tool cupboard here, in here. This is the next one across from it. So this is the next one that we're going to do. And then we're just going to work our way through. Now, I don't really have a lot of stone to finish everything off. So I need to go and get some more. And I don't know where that guy is that had the Revy, but he is trying to progress at the same speed we are, and he's just got a little bit of a head start over us now. Not a lot, but a little bit. So I'm going to take this out. I'm actually just going to go out naked. I'm only going to go and farm a couple of stones, because if that guy's there, he's going to kill us anyway. And I know he'll be running Ferry Terminal, so we're going to prepare now to raid that guy. That is our new target, right? Then we're going to have to find out where they live first. That's the first one we're going to have to do. We know that they're not friendly. Some people are friendly in this game, some people aren't. Just the nature of the game. And so we don't want them to progress and then be a huge problem because they're a neighbour. We know they're a neighbour. They live a little bit away. But we know they're a neighbour because they, we saw how long it took them to come back. If we could have got that door on, that would have been so good. We were so close. We got the door. If we could have just got that key lock on, I shouldn't have come out. I should have just stayed in. Should have stayed in. I should have shut the door, got the key lock on, and then he would have been done at that point. So I could have worked that better. But it is what it is. It's fine. Alright, so a little bit more stone. And we're not going to go crazy at this point. We'll do 3, we'll go back, we'll upgrade. We'll do the same again. We're keeping an eye over there, because he will run back along this path. We know he will. Or she. So we now need to find out where their base is, right? We know they're running with a Revy. And we know they're approximately the same as us in terms of build and what they're doing and where they are. So we don't want to let them get so far ahead that we are now struggling as a result. Because what will happen is they'll snowball, and every time they kill us, they'll take our gear. That sets us back, and it makes them go further ahead. And we don't want that. All right, as you can see, that's all the stone there. Still got a lot to do. Takes a lot of stone to do your honeycomb, but we're almost there. So another run. A couple more nodes. Now, if he's going to, or she's going to run back again, I would assume, maybe not, but I would assume they're going to go via the road. But the fact that they didn't means they probably went down via the road and then come back this way to avoid anyone else because they were fully geared. They didn't want to lose anything. Now, I don't know why they decided to carry on the raid. You would think after they killed me, they would have just left. But the fact that they wanted to get in and do that raid, that was what cost them their gear, and that was good on our part. So they're not the smartest of players, but at the same time, they didn't know that I had any gear because I went over there naked. You know, they saw me as a naked with a couple of swords. They think they're pretty strong because they got a revy. They don't realise that I've got one too. Could have got a second set of gear, which would have been really nice when they come fully geared and come back. Now we know there's 3 bases over in the snow. So it could be the one on the ice, on the lake. It could be the one on the iceberg. So we can go and set a little base up over there, and then a couple of guns, just a couple of revies, and just keep an eye out for them. And when we hear them or we see them around, just kill them. Really hinder their progress. We could do that. Or we could just ignore them. Wait for them to go offline and raid them. Let them just get themselves ahead, and then we can steal all their loot. So they're doing a lot of the work for us. Yeah, lots of different things we can do. But at the moment, we've got more information than they have right now. What we don't want to do is we don't want to give them any unnecessary information. So we don't really want to spend a lot of time around our base. We're going to upgrade it. But once this is done, all right, that's pretty much it. We've just got to do the roof. Oh crap, got to do that bit as well. I need one more. One more stone node. Yeah, I don't want to give them information, so I don't want them to see where my base is. We're going to run over here. Hopefully there's some stone over here. We need one more stone and we're done. There's one there. So we'll take this, go back. Again, if we die at the moment, it really doesn't matter too much. We're not that bothered. Oh. That is stone, but it's not the stone I was thinking of. There is, however. Now we just look like a naked farming the we just look like a naked at the moment who's farming the road. And because we're over this side now, if we get seen or killed by that same player, they're not going to know where our base is. going to quickly check to see if there's another node on top here. Yes, alright, I'll grab that as well. Just because I don't just want to do the upgrade, I want to have some upkeep. Someone's sleeping bag there. So if I can get these two done and get them back, then that's perfect. It's a low risk because we'd come out with nothing. It'll be high reward if we can get it back. All right. We don't want anyone to have sleeping bags around our base. So we're going to remove it. Okay. Train yard has a lock crate, so people are going to be going for that. I'm not interested in it. So for me, finish the upgrade. Now, I don't know if he has a tier 2 yet. I'm going to assume he doesn't because he was going for the ferry terminal. That means what I'm hoping is that he has to go back to the ferry terminal. One of the things I could do, unless he goes somewhere else, because he lost his blue card as well, right? So he lost his green card and his blue card. So abandoned supermarket is where he'll go first. I could go and camp that and wait for him, unless he's already got it. Then he's got to go back to the ferry terminal. I could wait the ferry terminal for him. I can actually go and just sit in the puzzle room. Or near the puzzle room. Lots of things I could do. Now, the problem I've got here is I need to go in there, but I don't want to. And I've got no other way at the moment of... Oh, that's right. Yeah, that is facing the right way. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is to upgrade a foundation. Okay, so to upgrade a foundation, let's think about this. I need 300. So, let me do this. So, I need 300 to upgrade a foundation, right? Oh, that means I can get rid of everything else that I don't need right now. Just chuck that on the floor. Get rid of that. I don't really care for the other things, and I'm going to have to kill myself. I don't really want to do, but I need to go in here. Cool. Now, if I put a door on there instead, which I could do, that would have been pretty cool. I could have had this as a hollowed out thing. Had the airlock around it, and then this could have been where I could have put something like an ore refinery or something in here. Something like that. But anyway. Karina is who I'm looking for. Karina. Right, let's respawn back in our base. And now I need to make another hammer. I need to make another one of these. And I need that. That can be closed. That can be closed. I need to come up here. Now I need to close that in. Alright, there we go. Happy days, all done. That can all come back out with that. Everything else there is good. Now, I can make myself one more metal door with a key lock. I can put everything in there for now that I don't need to worry about. And in the base, okay, that can go in there. And now that is closed. In fact, I need to make two, sorry. I don't think I'm going to get raided at this point. I don't think I am. Maybe I do. Maybe I do, but I don't think I am. So let me just make everything I need to make. I'm going to be putting a extra door on here now. However, I just realised I put it on the wrong way round because that is really inconvenient. So we'll put it on that way. All right, now we can open it up. Now that opens into an airlock, so it's not a problem anymore. That can be closed, that can be closed. And now what I can do is put this one on here. And this is my way of locking myself in. Okay, so now I'm hoping, or the plan is, that I shouldn't die. No one should be able to get anything. If they do, they come down here, they're going to have that air thing to deal with. That's all locked up, everything there's done. All right, I can take everything out of here, including this one. And I've locked up as much of the base as I can. Now, if people want to raid me, they can. But that's going to be a lot of work to raid. There's a helicopter coming, that's fine. So, what I'm going to do as a result... did I miss a lock somewhere? I don't believe I missed a lock somewhere, but I do believe that there is a lock missing. So... let me just check. It's not that door. It's not that door. It's not that door. It's not that door. Or that door. Definitely not that door. And it's not the one above it. So I think I just made an extra lock by mistake. Okay. Do you know what? For now, set that out. That can go in there. I'll make a better loot room tomorrow. I don't think I need to do that right now. All right. That's it. So now what I'm going to do is kill myself again. And now I'm going to respawn. So the base is secure at the moment. We're happy with that. Now I'm going to respawn myself. I think we're going to go for this one over here. This one feels like the best one to go for. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 4 hours. That is us. We're done. Oh. Oh no, someone found my stash. Put it a little bit too close and they've stolen it, and that was my okay, so look, here's one base. This base is definitely being upgraded. As we can see, that one up there as well, definitely being upgraded. So these are meant to be solo players, but I feel like whoever this is will be the same person. Oh, hey, how you doing? You good? That is FCM very big. Alright, that is not the same player. Felt like we was doing a little bit of a Benny Hill there, running between each other. So, alright, so there is a player over here who is definitely expanding. Now, I want to go over and see them. The challenge is getting over there without getting too wet. Because if I swim over there, I'm going to get too cold, I'm going to die. And that's kind of why they've built over there, right? So I'm wet, I'm cold, I'm going to start dying. I don't think I'm going to make it here in time. I need to be able to build a fire when I get out the other side. I'm really hoping I can get just close enough. Yeah, they're up there building right now. I want them to kill me because I want to know who they are. Right. I want to know, is this the person? This is what I want to know. Hello. Hello.
Hello, brother.
Hello. Hey. Well, this person's talking. But I don't think this is them. Maybe, maybe not. But unfortunately, I died to the cold. But they are online. So potentially, Karina, I don't know. We need to figure it out. But yeah, that's a problem for later. So what I can say is, so I can just say in the chat who is on the iceberg, right? Because that's something. By the way, if I show global chat. They sound friendly. Anyway, I need to get back over there and let that person kill me because I need to figure out who that person is. At the moment, we know, like we've just, through information, figured out that the base that's here is not the right person. So there is the base on T11. There is the base on... Now, we can't keep killing ourselves. It won't let us. But we know there's the base on T11. That one is not the one we're worried about. We know there's another base that we saw, which is here, which is on the green marker. That could be. Now, I don't think that that person who's upgrading and building on the iceberg was the one that we were fighting. Maybe. I don't think it is. I think it's possible that the person who was killing us, because this makes sense. If you think about the direction that they came from, right? So they were coming across here. They found me here. They could have been going across to T11. The T11 makes sense, but the one on a U11, I don't think that was. So, I mean, that's a big, big base they're building, right? So they're doing their thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to head over to T11. We're going to see if they're online. I'm not sure. I wasn't able to confirm if that was the person or not. They are in, so they're not ruled out yet. But we haven't been able to establish if that is Karina and that's the one that we want to fight. Right, he does have a bike, but then if he had a bike, he would have been on that bike before. Armored core. If they're in, they're going to come out and kill me. I don't think they're in. So what we do, we just fall asleep outside their base. Because this is the only other base I can think of in the area. And if they were running back, that kind of makes sense of how long it would have taken them to respawn, gear up and get back. When you think about how long it took them, we had to just finish off that raid. This makes sense. But it is an armored core. So, knowing that this is all going to be... Well, not all going to be, but you can assume that when they started, they probably started here, built out and around, and then up, or they might have built out a different way. They might have done it over here. This would, you would assume, be Honeycomb. You would assume, not always, but you would assume it's Honeycomb with an armoured core. So TC could be under here, or I think it's also possible TC is either in one of these two, but then that means that it's easy to raid, and they're not going to want to do that, right? There's only one wall, and they're in. So I think that looks more like Honeycomb to me. I don't think they're a stupid player, which means that their tool cupboard is likely to be, if this is the 4 square, likely to be here. Also, as you can see, there's some twig in there. Okay, so knowing that this is a little 2x2, thinking that this might be the player, knowing that they've armoured this, which means they're obviously doing something here, and also knowing that they might not have a garage, or assuming they might not have garage doors yet, I would say this is probably going to be a decent raid. We would go through this metal door first, so we would cast explosives for this metal door. Then we would get down and have a look, but I'm going to assume they probably don't have a metal door here because of the jump up, which means we've got 1, 2. So we're looking at 3 metal doors potentially to tool cupboard, maybe 4, or garage doors. So it's also possible they've got 1, 2, 3 garage doors as well. Maybe, maybe not. But in terms of a raid, armoured, that's going to be a hell of a thing to get through. So to get the doors is going to be the quickest way in, because you can assume if they've armoured the roof, they've probably armoured the walls. All right. Well, look, that's something for us to look at tomorrow. We could get the sulfur for this. We could come back. We could raid this. You know that if we started to raid this, we're absolutely going to get counter-raided. We're so close to airfield. This is a tomorrow problem. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to log off and we're going to have a break and we're going to come back for part 2. So I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope it's been valuable for you today. We got our tier 2. We got our base upgraded with Honeycomb. We do need to work through our tier 2 tech tree, but that's very simple. All we need to do for that is simply just keep working through all of the blueprints and sorry, all of the scrap We can get that from Ferry Terminal. Everyone at the moment is in the same space. They're running around with revolvers. So we're in a good position to be able to fight them. But what we want to be able to do is just do those low-key scrap runs. Less and less people should be going to the Ferry Terminal, specifically not geared, because there's no reason for them to be there. So because we don't need key cards anymore, we've got all of our key cards, we can go out and do oil. So oil rig out here has a locked crate that will give us 2 advanced blueprints. We can also go and do cargo. This has 2 locked crates, which are going to give us 4 advanced blueprints. You get advanced blueprints from locked crates. So we've got oil rig. We've got advanced oil, a large oil rig. We've also got locked crates that are going to spawn in and around. So we noticed there was one before the train yard that's now gone. So the locked crates are where we're going to get our advanced blueprints. And potentially out of elite crates. Elite crates, there is one in the oil rig. You don't need a red key card for it. So you could potentially get 3 from oil rig. Or you can take 20 blueprint fragments and you can craft that into an advanced. So you need 100. You'd need to craft 100 to be able to do that. So anyway, we're going to disconnect. We're going to log out. That's it for today. Basic tools, bow and arrow, chit shack. Get your base down. Get a furnace. Get yourself a tier 1 workbench. Get scrap. Work up to a revolver. Get yourself some armor, crossbow, nail gun. Upgrade yourself to a revolver. Run around with a revolver and something quiet for animals like a nail gun. Then you want to be working towards tier 2. So that means green key card. You get that from the lighthouse, from the gas. You can get it from the lighthouse. You can get it from the abandoned supermarket. You can also get it from the gas station, Oxham's gas station. So lighthouse, also the junkyard. So quite a few places to get green key cards. Then you need to go and run either the ferry terminal to get the blue key card, or you can run satellite dish. There's other places you can run. You can run Arctic research, but that's quite hardcore. You can run other places. Sewer branch is another one you can do. Water treatment, other places like that. Not the abandoned military base. The dome as well. Then you can go and get the red key card. The best place to get it from is the airfield. There's other places, but airfield, very easy. Just 3 guards, a lot of gear, some diesel, a lot of good stuff to get there. So the airfield gives you the red. It also gives you 2 blueprint fragments. Remember, we've got those as well. And with a red key card, you can go and do your locked crates. You can see, look, already there's 8. If we got all of these, those 2 there, that there, this is where the PvP happens. The PvP happens on cargo, oil rig, a locked crate that you'll find at monuments now and again. If you want to fight people, that's where you're going to go. Oil rig, typically, not always, but typically is uncontested. So if you go and clear oil rig, which is hard because you have to fight elite soldiers, you have to clear the oil rig, you have to go there with quite a lot of gear. But if you do that, you're pretty much going to, I would recommend, if you do that, you're going to have the best luck. So, good luck. I hope you've enjoyed the video today. I will do a follow-up just where we continue with this. We're going to log back in. We're going to have a break now for a couple of hours to see if we get raided. The only other thing you might want to do before logging off is garage doors, just to make the base a little bit stronger. Otherwise, we're pretty happy to log off at that point. The base should be secure. That being said, all of this is possible to do within 2 to 3 hours if you don't get distracted. If you start raiding and running around and looking at things like we were, yeah, okay, you can take a bit longer. If you start fighting people on the beach when you're naked, when you start, it can take a bit longer. If everybody's spawning in at the same time, there's a lot of people on the server, it can take longer. And if it's a new server and everyone's running for the same green key card, remember, it took us a long time to find that green key card. So these are the things that can delay you. If you go onto a server that's a day old, nobody's looking for a green key card anymore. Everyone's done it. Everyone's already on tier 2 and tier 3. That means guys that see you're going to kill you, they're going to be fully geared. But if you avoid them, you can progress a lot quicker. All right. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon. Take care for now. Bye-bye.